Just give me a moment to just share this to my profile. Hope you're doing good. This is night time. Rarely we do such kind of lives at this hour. Okay, I hope you're getting the signals right, and let me just share this to my page. It'll just take a few seconds. I'm done. There you go. So I'm live on both sides. I think on YouTube also. I'm not sure. Let me just check. Yes, live on YouTube also. This is last moment. I just decided to do this on YouTube also. So hope you have been doing good. So it's been actually 2 weeks, and please let me know if my sound is not clear. So I've been not able to do these lives, the Sunday lives, and that is why I'm precisely doing it right now. I know it's a thank you, Poonamji. I know it's a odd time, but then I think this is the only time that is convenient to most of us, including me. And I thought I'll just talk about some little alignment. I usually do these lives in response to people's messages or questions or emails. Most of these are very spontaneous, and if I have to convey a message, I do that in that manner. So this live also is in that manner. Anyways, I was traveling 2 weeks extensively, the last whole week, not 2 weeks, and so I was a bit busy. And thank you, Anitaji. A bit in my own solitude, because that's the whole purpose of what we do, why we do anything and everything on this path, at least. And we were just looking out for some good space that can give us some stillness. And as always, this trip also was a wonderful trip, and everything opened up. No plans, nothing, it just opened up. So why I'm sharing about my trips is because there is so much of learnings. I learn a lot, and I believe what I learn is, since I am using these platforms to convey, I believe it becomes my sort of dharma to convey those messages which are aligned with the path, especially those who are being on this path of awareness. It's not a path in itself, but anything that you do, if you're in awareness, see, the session that I named today as alignment is nothing but awareness. It's everything. If this is not there, everything is raw and empty, including religion, including spirituality, including the paths. If awareness is taken out, it's like you take out life, it becomes a corpse. That is why the term used. With awareness, it's Shiva. Without awareness, it's Shava, means dead body. Hello, Javin brother. Nice to see you here. The New Year Eve, what we call so-called New Year, I don't believe in it, because it's just a flip of date, that's all. Tell me if you can, how is a New Year different from any other ordinary day? Except the calendar. Minus the calendar, it's everything is the same. So it's just the attitude, just the mental frame that changes. Those who live in the mind live with festivals. As simple as that. People of awareness don't, because they are very aware of how nothing is special about a particular day, about a particular person, about a particular thing. Everything is just normal. Because spirituality is normal. There is nothing to hype in spirituality. Practical spirituality means no hyping. Absolutely no hype. Simple, normal. There you go. That's it. Anything apart from simple and normal is an add-on. Add-on means unnatural. It's not normal. Add-on. The term that we call as sanatana. Sanatana is neutral, normal, practical, as it is, life as it is. If you look at a plant, a flower is blossoming, the leaf is green, the flower is red, yellow, orange, whatever. There is perfume in that, or there is fragrance in that flower. It comes, it withers away. Normal, natural, as it is. This is life. There is no interference in a plant. Neither it interferes, nor nature interferes in its progress. The plants that you see, Prakriti that you see, it is on its own. Even the animals live on its own. They are well aligned with that nature. They have nothing to do from themselves. If you look at animals, they are very instinctive. They don't plan, they don't think. They are not the doers. Animals are never the doers. Plants are never the doers. They cannot do. They are just there, being. Animals just be. Plants just be. Insects just be. Germs just be. It is the characteristic of that species that decides what should be done through them. A germ has a certain characteristic. A worm has a certain nature. A plant has a certain feature. Everything has its own nature. Prakriti. Nature means our nature. Prakriti. See the word nature, Prakriti, nature. Can you see? That's the real meaning. Nature. Natural. Can you see the word? I use the word natural. Being natural. So when you're natural means you are one with nature. Whoever is one with nature, the Prakriti, life as it is, whatever is being functioning, whatever is the intelligence present in this, which functions through nature and through life, if you are in alignment with it, it is called awareness. That's alignment. That is what I mean by alignment. If you see the whole Prakriti is aligned, nobody decides or pre-decides. You see, look at animals, look at plants. It's called the Bhog Sharira. Bhog Sharira means it just automatically runs out its life. It exhausts its karma. There is no doer. Just in the being, it is exhausting its karma. That is Prarabdha Bhoga. That is why it is known as the Bhog Yoni. Even man is a Bhogi. Bhog Yoni. This also is a Bhog Yoni. Bhog means experience, create. So when we experience and create, we are known as Bhogis. Bhogi means nothing. To experience out of your own will, okay? It is your own will. Through your own will, you experience life. You decide there what to do. You become the doer there. A doer is a Bhogi. One who does not do anything and is aligned. See, does not do means he is not the doer. He is not the initiator of an action. But a lot of work is done through him. Please understand, even the plants are doing a lot of work. Animals are doing a lot of work in the Prakriti. They are not having inaction. See, it's a small catch. When we say not doer, it is not meaning inactivity. You don't see animals inactive. They will die. You don't see the plants and the nature inactive. They will die. There is a prakriya happening in them. Even the photosynthesis, it needs their presence in it. But if you see, nature just does things through them. Life just happens to them. They don't do anything. Man is the only creature in the whole cosmos. Being a bhogi, it does everything according to its own will, because there is something called free will which is gifted only to the human beings. This gift is not available to anybody else. That is why a human being can either make good use of it or can exploit and abuse it. When you exploit this faculty, that is what contributes to karma. Karma comes only in being when you start exploiting this free will. You can even exercise your free will to non-doership. That's also a free will. You take a choice, you make a choice not to be a doer anymore. See, it is not going to happen overnight. When I said not do anything, I say it's walking towards that goal of non-doership. Practical spirituality. It may take time, whatever. But you are slowly moving in that direction. You are aware of all these things. Awareness comes before your action. Awareness comes before your decisions. You're fully aware of what you decide. You're fully aware that if you take a decision, where are you going to end up? That is pure awareness. The path is done through awareness. That is why you see those who are aware and choose a path, any path, they walk on it, they achieve, they keep gaining milestones. They keep moving over milestones because there is awareness of their goal and awareness of whatever they are being in that alignment towards that goal. Those who do not have awareness, whichever path they choose, you must just look around, open your eyes and look around. You'll see scattered. No clarity on the path, no clarity where they are heading, no clarity as to what is the conclusion or what is it they are up to. Nobody knows that. That is unawareness. And if you see, they feel very scattered because they are not aware, fully aware of who they are, where they have come from, what are they here to do, and where will they go. Simple questions. If one becomes fully aware of these aspects, you can say you are walking the right path. If you are not aware of any of these, trust my words, check it out if you want, experiment and see. How many years ever or how many lifetimes ever they walk, there will be no significant changes or transformation happening to them, only because of lack of awareness. Wherever I go, I keep on talking again and again about the same subject. The work given to me is to spread awareness about awareness, to make oneself aware, myself aware, and at the same time assist others in becoming more aware, because in becoming aware, you are alive. If you are not aware, you are dead. Shiva and Shava. Whatever you do then is an act in unawareness. Whatever you do in unawareness, you call that ignorance. Anything done ignorantly creates chaos and confusion because of lack of clarity. Lack of confusion, lack of clarity, and all these confusions and fear leads to fears and further more confusions. So over a period of time, one becomes jumbled up. The world teaches, in order to get success, you do, and do. Because as I told, I repeat this many times, there is no much difference between a worldly person and a spiritual person. That's my experience, my observances. No much differences. Only their tastes have changed. Vasanas are the same. So in the worldly place, if you see the definition of success, you need to do. You need to be a go-getter. You need to be a doer. You need to do this and that and this and that. So when the same mentality changes into a spiritual zone, what else can you expect? Because the vasanas are the same. The go-getter. And the go-getter tries to go and get something here also in spirituality. In the worldly phase, we know that whatever you get is transient. It doesn't stay with you. Everybody knows it. All the mighty success that the worldly people talk about, all the mighty things, you will see that after a certain time, it fades away. It's not permanent. Look at the history of the world's successes. Where are all the emperors gone? Who have achieved so much and were called so-called successful. Forget the history. In the present tense you take all the mighty achievers. Look at all the aging businessmen. I don't want to name them, you will know it. The great businessmen, the mighty successful people of the world who are in their ripe old age. At this age, they will realize, and they realize, that they have achieved success. But what success is that if it is temporary? Any success that is temporary cannot be called a success in the worldly field. Please understand that. A man is told that you must do and do, try and try till you succeed. Why try and try? Because what you achieve, you have to persist, you have to be consistent. So if you achieve a position in the world, you are successful. Now that's not enough. Is the game over? Can you rest now? You can't. Now what you have achieved, you got to sustain it now. So now the next struggle is to sustain that success, because the moment you come down from that success, you will be called again a failure. Strange, humorous, but the truth. If somebody appears on the Forbes magazine cover page, and in the top whatever 10, 20, 50, 100, whatever, and then you go down from there, let's say you are in 10th position in the Forbes, and then you tumble down to 20th position, you are no more successful. For that person, success meaning is gone, because now he wants to retain that position. So this is how the mad run is behind in worldly success. It never stays with anyone, but still you call that a success. What is a success? They call successive relationships. What is successful in that? It cannot be maintained, it cannot be sustained. Look around. Look in your own lives. You can't sustain it. You can't maintain it. Maybe you are successful one day. Maybe the relationship is successful one day. But the moment you become successful in your relationship, now the whole struggle is to maintain it. You can give up your whole life maintaining it, but still it will slip out from your hand. Why? Because that's the very nature of this world. Bhagavan Ramana says this very clearly. Hold on to that which is permanent and consistent. Do not hold on to that which is temporary and changing, for you will suffer. Now we don't suffer because Ramana said it. We suffer because we are not aligning with the eternal truth. That's the eternal truth. That eternal truth is known as sanatana. It has nothing to do with any religion, please. Who is the founder of Sanatana? There is no founder of Sanatana. Who is the maintainer of Sanatana? There is no maintainer of Sanatana. Who is the savior of Sanatana? There is no savior. How can you save Sanatana when you have not created it? Can you save a life? We boast so much. We saved your life in the hospital. We did this. We saved this person. We saved that person. We saved this animal. We saved that animal. We saved this plant. We saved that plant. We saved the planet. So much we boast about. You think so? You think so? You have saved? Foolishness of man. This comes from the ego consciousness. This taking this doership over and making and brooding over this feeling of I have done something. Because the ego loves to feel I have done. The doer is the doer, ego consciousness. It feels pride. It feels alive for it has done something. What is the purpose of life? You ask anybody. To do something. If you don't do anything, you feel dead. Many people, that is why they can't sit still. They cannot be still. Because the moment they go into stillness, they feel they are dead. उनका अस्तित्व मिट गया. Their whole identity is erased. Now to preserve that identity, they cannot become still. They have to do something. So when you go into meditation, the moment you go deep in, a deep subconscious, unconscious jitteriness is there. This belief that will not allow you to sit because you know you're going to die now. And nobody wants to die. So the ego doesn't want to die. Most of the time, it is this trigger response that brings you out of meditation. It's not your thoughts. Forget about it. We all blame the thoughts and nature and climate and external circumstances and our own bodily circumstances, mind circumstances. All this, yes, it does play a role. So the sanatan means natural, nature, one with nature. Whose nature? Your own nature. What is your nature? Your prakriti. Nature is to become, is neutral, it's stillness, tirtha. It is that blissfulness, that cheerfulness. If you are not cheerful, prasannachit. If you can't be calm, then you are away from sanatan. Nature of sanatan is to be calm, to be still. The nature of sanatan is Satchidananda. It's a blissful state. Why blissful? Because that state is completely aligned. And you look at people, whenever they align with spirituality or divinity, they are blissful. They are very blissful. Most of the time they cannot stay blissful because of their own inner prakriti, the nature of what? Nature of the body, thoughts, mind, emotions, whatever you call it. So Sanatan means this whole entire cosmos that is functioning on its own in a certain divine cosmic intelligence. That is pure Sanatan. Even before the person who invented this name Sanatan came, Sanatan existed. Even before somebody defined it and said this is Sanatan. Actually, the word Sanatan also destroys it because Sanatan means nothingness. It is the naturalness. Sanatan is a description. The moment you describe something, you have caged it. You have suddenly labeled it into something because the word will always have a meaning or definition. So the moment you put a word to anything, it is no more nothing. Remember that. The moment you put even the word Shiva, word I'm saying, because you need to define you're saying that, but I'm telling you that definition, that word itself is one step down. Even if it has not taken any form, even if you're not thinking about the Shiva, Jatadhari Shiva, even if you're just thinking about the nothingness, and the word comes to describe it as Shiva, it is no more than nothingness. One thought has defined, one micro step you have come down. It is still not the pure state of nothingness because it's a word. Word means it has to have a definition. Any word you take, it has to have a meaning. And any meaning, any word you say, any meaning you take, it will mean it is this but not that. If I say light, it means brightness, but it also means no darkness. See, the other also comes into place. Lot of things. So what is light? Light is brightness. What is not light? See, not also has come there. Darkness is not light. That's the catch. The moment a word comes, duality has begun. Form has taken place. Even the first light, what we describe, the light also is a form. See how subtle it is. The state without the light, nothingness. That is Satchidananda. That is Shiva consciousness. Even before this, forget the word. First comes the light and then comes the word. You can see lightning first happening. See Prakriti. First you will see lightning happening, after some time sound will come, followed by the sound. This is how even the formation takes place. From nothingness. If something has to create from nothingness, that nothingness, the first form is light. And the moment there is light, you cannot say that is still nothingness. No, it has lost its nothingness. What is not light? Darkness is not light. There is something that it is, something that it is not. So the same way, the moment you say Sanatan, or the moment you say even Shiva, it has been diluted. Because the moment you say Shiva, then there is something else that is not Shiva. See, the moment you say Shiva, what is Shiva? Whatever it is. What is not Shiva? Whatever it is not. Like Shakti, you cannot say it's Shiva. See there, and then suddenly it is split. Though you will say philosophically, yes, it is comes from there and all, but suddenly there is a definition, Shiva and Shakti, two have become there. If both are Shiva only, then why two names? Can you see that? Small, minute. This is pure Advaitic stuff that I am talking to you. Very, very high. You can say almost at that level of, and here we are using all these words and all. So it is no more that high, because this has to be realized in your meditation. When you realize in your meditation, that's the true one. When you're listening, it is still distorted because it's come by Shabda. Sight and Shabda, Panchindriyas come into action. Beyond the senses, when you go back, without these senses also, what you can perceive is the truthful experience. But all this is meant for just our knowledge and understanding and awareness of what this tattva is all about. So that we don't talk in ignorance. What is ignorance? When we just blindly, without clarity, we say anything. Like Sanatan. There is so much fight going on even in Sanatan. Somebody wants to protect it, somebody wants to save it. How can you save and protect that which existed beyond your own existence? Means it was already protected. Who protected it then? Who sustained it then? Who is preserving it from that time? Only when we come into existence and we get a little knowledge, we feel we are the caretakers of that. It's not true. You come and go, Sanatan is not affected. You come and go, Shiva is not affected. That consciousness is not affected. Whether you sing glories to that Shiva, it doesn't make any sense to or meaning to that Shiva consciousness. It has no value. Who has value? Our ego has value, because we feel we are big bhakta of the Lord. Only we boast our ego. In self, alone, or in group, in communities, we all get together and feel we are all devotees now. We give that identity. Does that matter to the non-dual consciousness of Shiva consciousness? Absolutely nothing. Because that Non-dual consciousness itself is known as a Sakshi. It is just a witnesser. It just witnesses. It does not judge anyone. It cannot judge anyone. Let us say that way. It does not need. It has no option there. Even your soul has no option but to witness. Then you will say, no, my soul is judging, but no, that's not your soul. Your soul is always in the Sakshi Bhava. It is always in the witness mode. The mind and ego judges. It is the ego consciousness that is doing the judgments. But be one step behind the judger, the one who is judging, is the pure awareness. That's the consciousness. That does not judge. That is only Sakshi. Sakshi to what? To everything that is functioning through the mind. It looks at everything, Sakshi. And most beautifully, this is a must, you must know this. If you are practitioners of the self, you must know this. You will easily get to know who you are. What Ramana says, who am I? The consciousness is Sakshi, witness. What is it witnessing? The whole life experiences. Through what? Through my eyes, through this body, through these ears, through the Panchendriyas. It is experiencing. So the soul is experiencing not just the world outside, listen carefully, not just the world and life outside, but it is also a witness to the one who is watching it also. I told you, who looks outside and judges? The mind. Mind is looking out all the time into the world. This is good, this is bad, that person has done, this person has done, philosophies, theories, blah, 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 all the time. Chit chat is going on. The ego consciousness constantly judging. Now, this is not the Sakshi. The Sakshi is the soul, one step behind it. Through the ego consciousness, that also is looking, that also is witnessing, but the mind is not allowing that witness, it is judging. Now, if you go back one step behind to the one who is watching the world outside, if you pull back and see, it is also watching the me that is judging. The one who is judging outside, this is that, this is that, this is that. There is a soul that is watching even me that is judging. It is Sakshi to the life outside, it is Sakshi to you itself. It is Sakshi, is looking, witnessing the ego consciousness. This is what I say, the CCTV. When I explain awareness, you are that pure consciousness, you are that pure awareness. That is why it is called awareness. Because it is aware. Who can be aware? The one who is watching. Only quality is awareness. Nothing else. It has no second function. Not even thought, not even thinking, not even judging. Nothing. No analysis also. Pure, pure, pure witnessing. Sakshi Bhava. The soul's property is Sakshi Bhava. Why am I not able to understand that self or see that self that is in the Sakshi Bhava? All the time, even right now, I am thinking, where is that Sakshi Bhava? So the one who is asking, where is this? This is the ego consciousness. This is not the Sakshi. There is still a Sakshi that is witnessing and observing. The one who is asking, where is this Sakshi? There is. Only thing is, we are not aware of it. We are not aware of that pure awareness. That is what it is called. Become aware of the one who is aware. It's a secret statement. If you get this, you will get it. If you get this, you will get it. It needs for you to settle down into awareness and listen to this. If you get this, I said, become aware of the one who is becoming aware. Till now we have only learned become aware, become aware, become aware, and we become aware. I become aware, I become aware. Now the one that is becoming aware is the ego consciousness. Because the ego is hearing, become aware. Okay, you hear, you follow that instruction. Oh, okay, I have to become aware, and then you apply it. See, there is a doership here. Can you see it? You listen and then you become aware. You take a decision and you become aware. So the doer, the one who is becoming aware, is still the doer. It is still the ego consciousness. Ramana goes one step ahead. He says, find out the one who is watching those thoughts. Means what in this term I am telling, become aware of the one who is becoming aware. The moment you become aware of something, know that there is something watching that person who is becoming aware. The moment you become aware of that which is observing you, even if it is 1 second moment, even if it is a fraction of second moment, you slip into that and you realize it. Just for a fraction of a moment, suddenly you see yourself, you witness yourself, you witness the observer, you witness the witnesser, you become aware of the one who is becoming aware. That fraction of second you are soul consciousness. Keep doing the practices of awareness and you will start getting those glimpses. Doesn't matter how much time it stays or no. What is important is understanding this, because philosophy, when you understand it, the ego is understanding it, no problem. But when the ego is understanding it, that there is something else above it, that is the moment it will surrender and focus on who's that? Who am I? The moment it does that, it becomes one with that. See, it is just a shift in awareness. Right now, you are only aware that I have to become aware. This I, that is the false, the doer. When the awareness is on the doer, this feeling comes. I have to do this. I have to become aware. That is why I say, shift into awareness. When you shift from this being into that soul who's witnessing, you have shifted into awareness. Awareness being pure consciousness, the soul. That's why I said the shifting into awareness platforms has 4 different segments. It begins first with the grassly arrangements of awareness, which is what I've been doing all these 2 years. Only talking about the grass awareness, because it's very difficult. I know if I just talk on this soul and all those things, it's so confusing. But once we start tasting this gross awareness, we will begin knowing that there is a knowing in us, a certain kind of awareness in us. We must have seen in the practice, many of you who are already experiencing those states or understanding, having blissful moments of stillness, moment of calmness, moments of clarity, those who are having, it will be very easy for you to proceed one step ahead and try to find who that soul is. That is the whole practice about. I would love to concise these into different fragments and take workshop on it, even online or whatever, because what we are doing right now on this platform I've been doing is it's a very scattered way. We are just having information here, there. It's just awareness about awareness. It's like almost being introductory only, but we have not gone deeper that practice. I was waiting because I was waiting to fall in alignment. Because if I am not in alignment, this is not philosophy. This is not philosophy. This is not theory. Where somebody sits and teaches you cannot teach self-realization. You have to experience that self. When you experience and when you realize who this self is, what I told you, you shift into that awareness, and you realize that when you shift into awareness, I am the awareness. When you realize this soul, when you realize this self, that is called a self-realization. The world has marketed this word too much. The world has jumbled it up too much. The world is selling it like a commodity. It cannot be a commodity. That is why all those sales have never been successful. For it cannot be sold. It has to be experienced. And there is certainly certain amount of worthiness needed for that. Because until my mind, body and spirit is purified, I cannot be ready to enter into the deeper realms. That is why all the scriptures and the great masters have always told about worthiness. They always speak about worthiness. At the same time, there are exploiters of worthiness also. There are enough people to exploit this world called worthiness, because then they come and sit with a set of dogmas and principles and theories and philosophies and do's and don'ts, rules and regulation. If you do this, you are worthy. If you don't do this, you are not worthy. So another industry began behind it. School of worthiness, where a certain body is sitting, a general body, comprising of few ego minds. Few ego minds that is deciding the purity of souls. It is complete contradiction. How can ego analyze souls? Ego can only analyze egos, and that is what it ends up in. The egos sit and analyze all the other egos, and all the do's and don'ts come from this ego only, because they have a certain kind of idea about this, or even vested interest about it. So they philosophize in their own way. The school of worthiness. Who is worthy and who is not worthy. Depending on that, there have come so many cults, so many traditions, so many religions that sit even evaluating who can go to heaven and who will go to hell. It is decided here through ego minds. Who will be doing what? Unfortunately, it is so hard to realize ego cannot do this. My worthiness is decided by my true spirit, my capacity to align, my intention to align, the purity in my intention. Only I, the me, the consciousness, can certify myself. How can anybody know anybody? Because if you look very closely, no one knows anybody except you. For example, you are there. How much ever close you might be to anybody in this world, it might be even your mother, father, child, or anybody. It might be even the so-called boasted and another marketed word, twin flame or soulmate, whoever that is. Even that soulmate cannot see your worthiness, because that no other person knows you as transparent as you know yourself. There is no way for anyone to completely know you, as far as even I've seen the great mystics, great masters, gurus, enlightened beings. Even they cannot 100% scan you. To a certain level, yes. There may have been some great rishis or something, I don't know. I surely don't know. But it's hard for me to even think about it, that it's possible in that manner. You might read somebody else's mind. A person with siddhis can definitely look into the minds and events that's happening, but it is only limited to your mind. Even I hardly believe that Trikaldarshis also can have complete understanding of who you are. There even you might fail to know yourself. You might know yourself only in this present, but your past and future you cannot. And the most beautiful thing is, one who is a Trikaldarshi, one who is, for example, let's say an Avdhuta, who knows the ins and outs of life. We cannot define them perfectly because nobody has till now gone into an Avdhuta and seen what is their state. We can only grossly describe. Even through the books like Avdut Gita and all that, we can understand their characteristics, their nature, that's all. But still I believe it's very limited. No one can know an Avduta. But even going on that terms, if you see an Avduta who knows everything, Trikaldarshi, past, present, future, they know everything. They also will not decide your worthiness. That's the catch. The purest levels of awareness, because they have entered into that Sakshi, when they enter into very high pure states of Shiva consciousness, you call it, or divine consciousness, God consciousness, you call it, such a pure state that they automatically acquire, they become God, they become that Shiva, they become that God. And when you are that God consciousness, what is the quality of that God consciousness? Sakshi. It will not judge. So if you can't judge, how can you decide anybody's worthiness? To decide anybody's worthiness, you got to first judge. You got to analyze. And then you got to categorize. Good, bad. Yes, no. Heaven, hell. Worthy, unworthy. So I strongly believe, my awareness shows this to me. Whoever is doing the scanning of worthy or unworthiness is still unworthy to do that act itself. Because even the highest quality of that supreme consciousness does not judge. So if that supreme does not judge, where is the question of worthiness? Are you getting this point? This is all done by ego consciousness. Because of some vested interest, there cannot be something like unconditional judgment. It has a condition. Judgment means condition. It has something for it. You cannot say selfless judgment. There has to be selfishness when it comes to judgment. So I believe very strongly, no one on this planet or the consciousness, cosmos, can ever decide anybody's worthiness. They just become worthy or become unworthy depending on the actions and the free will, the choices that they make. So, technically, if everything depends on the choice that you make, your worthiness, your unworthiness is just based on a choice that you make. You cannot be unworthy then, for long, even if you are. Because the moment you become aware that you are unworthy, your awareness will show you that you are unworthy. Immediately, you will shift your consciousness. You will automatically shift, because if you find yourself doing something wrong and your awareness shows you that, will you continue doing that wrong act or will you stop? Very simple. Why are we developing awareness? so that this awareness rectifies and corrects, and so it transforms us. So the moment the awareness becomes aware of your unworthiness, I am unworthy. The moment I become unworthy, I understand, I realize, I become aware that I am unworthy, I make a different choice. If I made a choice that led me to unworthiness and suddenly my awareness shows that I am unworthy, will I not make another choice that will lead me to worthiness? So, if one choice can make you unworthy, why is it so difficult to believe or understand or realize that just one thought can make you worthy also? So, where is the question of unworthiness? If you want it, if you want to become worthy, where is the question of unworthiness? Tell me. So, this is all the catch of the ego consciousness of this world. Everybody is functioning according to their own state of consciousness, on their own state of awareness, because anybody who's aware won't get into these things. And if they have gotten into these things, they means who? One person, another person, third, who are thinking alike come together. Birds of the same feather flock together. That is how communities generate. And that is how they become operational. So any general body who's deciding on the fate of others, worthiness and unworthiness of others, I believe is unworthy to be in that position itself. That has been created by their own ego consciousness. That is the reason why when people awaken and become aware of who they are, they cannot fall in for any systems outside them. There is crystal clarity in these things, including what I'm talking right now. I have crystal clarity. I don't know how much you are catching it or getting it. I understand if you don't get it, but if you get it, it's a jackpot. Trust me, I'm telling you. It's a jackpot. Jackpot because these things don't sell and they should not sell. The thing that flows free, free means freely, naturally, spontaneously, that is Sanatan. That is how Sanatan protects itself. It does not need any protector. What is natural, what is spontaneous, is what is aligned. If you see, does not need saviors. It is like telling God needs a savior. Sanatan is God. Creation of God is God. Godly. Everything that is godly is God. Who is saving whom? It is our ego that wants to play this game of saving. And we can do only in that areas where we are conscious about. We are only conscious about this planet. So all that we can boast is here in the planet. We cannot do the same boasting. Does anybody say saving the universe? See, it begins at such gross to minor miniature level, macrocosm to microcosm. I, the me, can say, I have to save this body. I have to save myself. Okay, done. It's very common. It's nothing wrong about it. Everything tries to save itself. Even an ant that is moving, you touch it, it will bite you. It wants to save itself. Preservation. That is called preservation. So you are trying to preserve yourself automatically. Without an external protector, you protect yourself from all harms as much as you can. So I want to protect myself. a little outside me. I want to protect or I want to save my family. One step ahead in ego consciousness. First, it begins with self protection, self savior, then the saving of the family. Natural again. Nothing big in it. Even dogs want to protect their family. That's nature. That's how nature is. A dog also wants to protect its puppies. It will only think about first about itself, then it will think about its family when the family comes in. And then when it goes one step ahead, the ego consciousness, it wants to protect the society or the community or the neighborhood or meri jati, my caste, my group of people. It wants to protect there. One step ahead, one more in ego consciousness. Now, when such societies or like minded groups come together, it becomes a community. Now it is we must save ourselves, a whole community. उसमें सब आया. Community में the whole groups come, groups के अंदर families come, families के अंदर individuals come. See, first it began from here, it went on, now into a group. Now the ego is expanded further as a collective ego, and now it has become the savior of the community. Even dogs have that. One family of dog from here, one family dog from here, another cat family they all mingle together. One becomes a cat society, other becomes a dog society or any animal society. Nothing big in it. A pack of wolves tried to save its whole community. You must have seen even the wildlife. How when they all come together, it becomes very strong force. A herd of buffaloes can attack a lion when it's alone. So there the philosophy of group protection, the stronger. One stick breaks, but a bunch of stick cannot break. Philosophy of coming together. Unity. The ego unity. Completely different from what I'm trying to say or whatever this is trying to express right now. And when that expands further, communities becomes larger. It becomes patriotism. It becomes love for the country. Then there is one country and then there is another country. Do I love that country? No, I love mine. You reverse it back. You will come back to one single individual. It will be love for myself. Selfishness keeps expanding and becomes little more for the others. Compassion, kindness, whatever you call it. And then it becomes compassion, kindness of the collective forces of the country. And then all the strengthening to preserve it strongly. Countries among countries. Why? Everybody has their own agendas. They want to protect their beliefs, their customs, their way of life, whatever. You see, every country has different agendas. You go inside, every state has different agendas. States can fight amongst each other and try to preserve its own. You must have seen this. How every state wants to preserve its identity. Then they fight with each other. But when the ego is expanded, the whole comes together as a country. And then countries fight against each other. Now tell me, when something like pandemic comes, the whole world gets together now. And it says, we'll save the planet. We'll save our earth. So the consciousness is rising. Can you see? From individual ego consciousness, it has risen, but is still in the collective ego consciousness. So now we have come to an understanding of, the planet needs to be saved. But I'm asking you, does anybody talk about saving the universe? Because we have not expanded till then. Once we start conquering Mars or Pluto or Saturn or whatever, population extends there, but obvious the ego consciousness is going to expand there also. Then probably they will talk saving the planets or saving the universe. Further, it might extend to saving our galaxy. And this will go on. But you will still see it as ego consciousness functioning to preserve itself. A simple truth is not realized in this whole long, vast journey that takes yugas and janmas to. In this whole scene, it keeps rotating in this only, stuck in this. But how long does it take for one to realize that? You are not the preserver. You are not the savior. Or collectively, we are not the preserver, we are not the saviors. It takes enlightenment to realize that. That's why it's very rare. That is why that sells. I began from that, all this example. We got to do. Now, if somebody in the very lower percentage says, no, it's not that, they will be heavily challenged because it's against what we believe in our DNAs. We have the imprint in our DNAs that we got to preserve ourselves, we got to protect ourselves. You cannot think anything more than that. Unfortunately, the truth is far away from this, just the opposite, which only the sages talk about. There's nothing to protect, nothing to save. You don't save anybody, we don't save anything. It is only our ego consciousness that feels, I am saving myself, I am saving our community, I am saving our group, I am saving our country, me. The diversities, the dualities of this diversity, the nonsense of this diversities. Yet, tell me, how many people can realize this? I've been shocked. In my life experience, I've been shocked. Deepest shock. When I realized that even great beings cannot understand this. Even the level of evolution in spirituality has not yet granted them this awareness that we are knowers, no doers. We cannot do anything here. We can just be here. No doubt. When I read Upadeshasaram, no doubt, exactly the same. That Shiva is himself perplexed. It's like, I can understand if an ignorant person is not realizing this. But he is looking at the rishis who are stuck in this, the doership. They feel that they are doing, they are saving. And then he has to come and educate them. That's the reason I'm telling you. This what we are speaking here, what we have been speaking here for this 1 hour, are gems of that highest truths, what Upanishads also reveals. But it cannot be valued, it won't be valued because it's coming so casual and free and perhaps from a person who is so idiotic. That is why I said, these things are not valued or appreciated. It is not that I am talking that this should be valued. It doesn't matter. But I am telling you how fortunate it is if you can get this. If you can even get a glimpse of what I am trying to say. I feel very blessed when my awareness shows me this. I feel even blessed when I don't fall for any other tactics apart from this. What I see, what I know, what I perceive. It's my experience. But still yet, we do help each other. There are so many masters who have realized this truth. And they loiter around in this world to make others aware, to raise up their consciousness, or to try and attempt and raise their consciousness to such levels where they can perceive this, because only when they reach here is true mukti. Only when they reach here is where they can even further probe into, investigate into who am I. Who am I is not everybody's cup of tea. Who am I is not the path. Who am I is sanatana. It is the way life is. Life is that way. That is why Ramana said, you are already realized. What is there to self-realize? When you speak of attaining liberation or attaining moksha or achieving moksha, it doesn't suit. It just is a representation of a deep vasana, the worldly vasana of attaining success. The whole world runs for achieving success. The same vasana, when turned spiritual, it becomes attaining moksha, achieving moksha, and they call that success. Whereas I've heard Ramana's speeches where he says very clearly, you are already realized. That is what I am telling. This is sanatan. What is natural and there, existing there, consistent and eternal is sanatan. And you, the soul, is consistent, eternal, sanatan. You are as it is. As it is means in its original state. What is original? You are realized already. What is all this game about self-realization? The ego is involved in it. So one ego believes that it has to do something to reach there. And the other egos teaches what to do to get there. Perfect match, product sold. This is how it functions. Whereas if you are a person of awareness and if you are a deep contemplator of life and you connect to your within consciousness and you realize these truths from within and you have the courage, not just realize, you have the courage to follow your heart, then no systems outside can convince you. How can somebody who is convinced be convinced? There is no more play for them. There is no tactics for them anymore. There is no cunningness anymore. People of deep awareness catch even the smallest cunningness. Not just in the world, even their own cunningness they catch. Because that is coming from an ego self, which is not their true self. The one who is sitting in the true self, they can see through that. They have full clarity. Any kind of cunning, even little, sukshma. We might even not realize it, how sukshma it is. Cunningness is not sanatan. Being in the true state is sanatan. Nobody can escape the scanning awareness of a person who is in awareness, or even a practitioner of awareness. For they don't function through the mind to relate to the world or to their own self, own ego. They see it as a sakshi, crystal clear, and they don't fall for it, come what may. No compromise. Life doesn't compromise. Real state of life. It never compromises. Does the divine intelligence, divine cosmic intelligence compromise anywhere? It doesn't compromise anywhere. It will function the way it is. Who has to compromise? The ego consciousness has to compromise. You can see the whole play. You can read all the scriptures, follow all the religions, whatever you do. You will come to know that ultimately ego has to surrender. That's the end of the story. When the ego surrenders, that's the end. Moksha means ego surrender. The divine consciousness, the sanatana, the pure as it is, cannot compromise. Its nature is not in the compromise. It is just the way it is, the Sakshi. There are many practitioners of Mahishasur who love Ma Durga, who are devotees of Shakti or Shakt, they are called. And they know this whole story about Mahishasur. They know the entire battle between Ma Durga and what? The ego consciousness. It's all about that. The battle between the divine and the ego is Mahishasur. If you ask me, in simple terms, very simple terms, whole Durga Shapsati is all about the divine consciousness and the ego consciousness. Exactly what I'm talking right now. And I'm saying the practitioners of awareness who are all the time practicing or centered in their own self means they are in their state of awareness, means they are aligned with Ma Durga. Even if you don't sing her bhajans. I am taught in this world that only if you sing a bhajan, you can be a Shakt. I've realized not so. In moments of awareness, you are aligned with Ma Durga because your Ma Durga is that divine intelligence. Ma Durga is that pure consciousness. She is a representative, the creative representative of that supreme divine intelligence called God consciousness. That is why too many philosophies don't interest me. Once you know the science of the whole thing, it's very clear. My Gurudev, my master, tried his best to explain these fundamentals in very simple way because it is very simple. The world complicated all these things so much, entangled it so much, beyond compare and beyond the reach of the common man. Being a Sanatani is the divine right of every human being. It does not belong to Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, Sikh, Parsi, Jain. Nothing to do with Sanatan. Sanatan means as it is, even before the Hindus came, Sanatan existed. Life in itself. The planets orbiting the sun is Sanatan. Divine cosmic intelligence. No man can do all that. So when you put a label on Sanatan, you even add any religion to it, it's diluted. It's not in the purest form. I said even the word Sanatan dissolves it, dilutes it. The word Shiva dilutes it from nothingness. The moment you say Shiva, there is somethingness. And what is that something? That something is what we perceive as a Shiva with the form. It is all necessary. It is not about right and wrong that I am talking about. Or this is correct or that is not correct. It's not at all about that. All these are required because if it was not required, it wouldn't have been made. The rishis gave a form to that nothingness. You think God gave a form? No. The mighty rishis gave a form and said, let us call that Shiva. And the symbolism of that Shiva, let us put into one nature, one form. So we add lot of props to that form. The jata symbolizes one thing, the trishul symbolizing another thing, the Ganga symbolizing another thing, the three eye symbolizing another thing, the snake symbolizing another thing, the tiger skins symbolizing another thing, the damrus symbolizing another thing, the bhasma symbolizing another thing. These are all symbolisms. I don't want to get deep into it. But we must understand all these things. The Trishul, for example, represents the three gunas. The Bhasma, for example, symbolizes Vairagya, Tivra Vairagya, extreme Vairagya. Like the Aghoris who put Bhasma on their own body because they are completely Vairagis. For them, everything is burnt. When you burn everything to ashes, it becomes Bhasma. Then Bhasma, which has no tattva, is applied on the body. Why do they give Bhasma? As prasad or as a blessing. Why Bhasma? Because Bhasma burnt all the properties. Gunatitam. All the gunas are destroyed. So Bhasma is neutral, zero, nothingness. Everything is gone in it. That is why when a Bhasma is taken and you put a sankalp into it, put it into somebody's hand, now it has got the property in that. Till now it's empty. Gunatitam. Triguna rahitam. No quality, nothing. Nothingness has been achieved. But when somebody who has got a certain force in them and they are aware of this, they take the bhasma and put a mental volition into it or a sankalpa into it. That sankalpa easily can, because it is nothing. You cannot add sankalpas into something because it is already filled with something, some properties, some gunas. So it will have no effect. So you take something that is propertyless and add some property to it, it becomes powerful and then you give it. That's how the science of giving bhasma. So this bhasma, anyway, I don't want to get too much into it. This bhasma that has no qualities is what the Shiva applies. All symbolism. The Advaitins will know this. The practitioners of Advaita will know that this is all symbols. It is nothing to criticize or anything because the forms are needed for our egos to catch on to something. It is needed, that's all fine, absolutely fine. But the seekers of truth and light, they will keep seeking and penetrating through every form until they can go and take a peep into that nothingness. And if you want to reach the nothingness, you will have to transcend somethingness. Being in the something, you cannot have nothing. That is why all the Dvait practice, dualistic practice, and most of the seekers, 99%, cannot peep into the nothingness because they are always connected with somethingness here and there. That is why it becomes very difficult for them. But if you understand this tattva, it becomes very easy to go straight to the point. प्रताप आहूजा, I see a message here. जिसके भीतर शिव है वो मेरा अपना है, जिसके बाहर परमात्मा वो मेरा अपना है. नमः शिवाय, bless you all. Good. That's a good way of expressing again the tattvas. bhitar bahar. But only thing is, if you ask for my suggestion, I would say go beyond all this philosophy, go beyond the quotes, go beyond all these common phrases. That is also a catch. आपके भीतर, मेरे भीतर भगवान है, philosophy. I am not this body, I am the soul, philosophy. God is in everyone, philosophy. Why philosophy? Because we have heard it from somewhere and we trust that somewhere. Catch this point. You have heard it from somewhere, read it somewhere, and you trust that book, you trust that scripture, or you trust the teacher, you trust the religion, whatever. It is coming from trusted sources, so you accept that philosophy. There are two ways to look at it. Why is that philosophy accepted? Because I am walking towards realizing that. So I need hints. So if somebody wouldn't have told me, I'm not this body, I'm not the mind, I would have always thought I am this body. So somebody tells me, you're not that. Now I don't believe it, I scratch my head. But I trust the person, I love the person. I have full faith in the person who told me. So I say, okay, you are telling, I believe it. Must be true. But the moment I say, you are saying, it must be true. And if you stop for that, you become fanatical. You become a believer. You become a devotee. You become a bhakta. You become a fan. Because now somebody has told something and you like it. Oh, I like it. So whenever your celebrity is doing something out there and you're a fan of a celebrity in the film or music or whatever, why do you like that celebrity? Why are you so mad behind that celebrity? Because you like that person. Why? Because you like what he says or what he does. That skill, you love that. And it's something maybe you can do or not do, but something that it's very well aligned. And when it is a passion of your heart, and if somebody else is doing it, and doing it to perfection, you will love that. Michael Jackson, or Shah Rukh Khan, or Amir Khan, or whoever the Khans and whoever the Bollywood celebrities, you look at them. There's something, some quality in them which is to your nature. You like that nature. That some nature which is there. So when you like that nature, you like that person. So this is all a matter of liking the nature of that person. It is still got nothing to do with the reality of your realizing that. It is not that if you like a film celebrity, you can act like that. It is not like if you are a mad singer, or a mad fan of a die-hard fan of a singer. It is not that you can sing like her or him. If you like a music guy, it's not like you can compose music like them. But you love that person for whatever that person, the skill. And the skill that gives you pleasure, happiness. You love that person for that skill. Same is the side. I told you, no, it's just a vasana, change of vasana. From that celebrity to spiritual celebrity. You move from worldly spirituality to a spiritual celebrity. That is why many of them become just fans of their masters, fans of their preachers and teachers and saints and sages, and culture and tradition. Because all this, somewhere there is a vasana and there is a vritti in me, there is a vikara, Or the vasana might be good or bad, whatever, but it aligns with somewhat the quality outside, and I love that. The moment you love that, that's it. I fall in love with that person. Falling in love with that person doesn't mean you have mastered what you have learned. If I love a hero dancing and singing and acting in a certain way, I still have not learned acting, but I can be in love with that person. And I'm telling you, the day you start becoming one with what your celebrity is doing, all this fanship will dissolve. Because now that tattva is available within you. The entertainer outside cannot entertain you anymore because you are your own entertainer from within. You are getting the entertainment from within. That does not happen in a worldly life. Worldly life, you are always dependent on outside to give you that entertainment. That is why all the mad rush for something outside. In the spiritual world, the spiritual being can definitely give you that experience and take you beyond. All the rishis, all the sages, all the scriptures, religions, masters, enlightened beings, you look at them, they can transform you to what they are. That is why even Jesus said, you are also the Son of God. I am the Son of God, you are the Son of God. You can become one with my Father, that is, you can become one with God. If you follow me, he said, follow me means not him as a celebrity. Follow his tattva, then the tattva will ignite within you and you will become that consciousness, that Christ consciousness, and then Christ consciousness is one with the Supreme Consciousness. Lord Krishna said the same. Align with me and you align with divinity. That is why he said, I am God. So when he is God and when you align with him, who are you going to become? God. So Lord Krishna is teaching the same thing. But he is making celebrities. That's the difference. In spirituality, this possibility is there. Where you can look into that and imbibe within you and explode and become that. When you can't do that, even in the spiritual field, it's a vasana. If your awareness cannot catch that vasana, here also it will only be a celebrity whom you will worship, idolize, and call him great or her great. Your religion is great, my master is great, I am the only person of this, and my master is the only one can do it, my religion is the only one can do it. False. Ego consciousness. Anything that idolizes just one has not yet got the Param Tattva. Param Tattva, from where is all these multiple coming? From where are the multiple gurus coming? 10 gurus. All the gurus, you look at them, they will have their lineages somewhere higher up. They'll come and say the final guru is Lord Dattatreya. Avadhuta Chintana Shri Gurudev Datta. So if the energy and the consciousness is Lord Dattatreya's, which is distributed in 10 different Atmas or 10 different Gurus, one who penetrates beyond the Guru and goes to find the truth of where the source of that consciousness is, will achieve that oneness, that final point of liberation. One who cannot transcend even their own master remains stuck there because it is only idolizing. It is celebrity mode. You can see wars happening inside celebrities. The fans of this guru, this hero, clash with this fans of this hero. If you look at it, common sense and understanding is, what are they both fans of? They're fans of acting. Both are actors, both perform very well. Now they are not transcending the actors and going into the quality of acting. They are stuck with the identity of that acting that is being delivered by this actor. So when they catch the actor, they don't see the acting and they remain stuck as a fan of that actor. They will even fight to death somebody who challenges that celebrity. Said, no, my celebrity is the highest. How dare you say anything about my ego consciousness? Gurus are not here for this nonsense. If gurus are in this, then what is the difference between celebrity and gurus? We make them this way. The gurus are not, because they have realized the highest truth. All the gurus, real masters, will always tell their discipline to go beyond their body. They will say, don't idolize my body. They'll say, don't idolize my body, because that is not what I have come here to do. I have not come here to become your hero. I have come here to make you a hero. Big difference. That is why I was there a few days back in one of the ashrams in Goa. Very powerful ashrams, small ashrams, and they are so separate from the world. Very small ashrams, little philosophy, no commercial publicity, no hulala anywhere. And I saw when I entered that ashram, he was the disciple. He took samadhi, but he was the disciple of Golwani Maharaj. Golwani Maharaj was one of the powerful masters on earth from Maharashtra. Reached the Avadut state. That impressed me very much, because Golwani Maharaj was also with Vishnu Tirth Maharaj. These are great giants. Great giants. And then on the wall, I saw many photos. The sayings of great sages like Vishnu Tirth Maharaj. I was very happy and I posted that on my profile. I don't know if you saw it. I'm just trying to read it. You'll understand. What is the higher truth? See, Vishnu Tirth Maharaj is saying this. यदि तुम गुरु वियोग की संभावना से अपने आप को दुखी अनुभव करते हो, यदि तुम गुरु वियोग means separation from the guru, physical separation. यदि तुम गुरु वियोग की संभावना से, संभावना means even the thought गुरु से दूर होना है. असली तो गुरु से दूर, लेकिन even the thought. This is all for sadhaks who are very close to their gurus, but it also means for others also. यदि तुम गुरु वियोग की संभावना से अपने आप को दुखी अनुभव करते हो, even if you have the slightest pain, even in the thought of separation with your guru, तुम अभी तक गुरु को समझे ही नहीं. You have not yet understood your guru itself. तुम हाड़ मास के पुतले को गुरु समझ बैठे हो. You are only looking your guru as a doll of flesh and bones, or an idol of flesh and bones. That's all. A body of flesh and bone. You are only seeing the body and you are a fan of that body and that face and that behavior and that smile and that attitude and that nature. You are just a fan of that, like a celebrity. Every fans have celebrities. You are just that. तुम हाड़ मास के पुतले को गुरु समझ बैठे हो. Now if I say, it will be a big hangama. So I am using, these are all like sages Vishnu Tirth Maharaj is saying. साधक का व्यवहार तथा चित्त शुद्धि के लिए एक दृढ़ भाव हो जाना अपेक्षित है कि उसके प्रत्येक कर्म, भाव, विचार एवं गतिविधि पर हर समय ईश्वर की नजर है। मनुष्य संसार को धोखे में रख सकता है किंतु ईश्वर को नहीं। हु इज दिस ईश्वर? योर अवेयरनेस, द साक्षी। He is telling you cannot fool your awareness. You can fool the sansar, you can fool the world, you cannot fool your awareness. This is precisely what I am trying to make everyone who is seriously wanting to become aware of their soul journey of who am I, trying to make them aware of, because these catches are so सूक्ष्म, पता भी नहीं चलेगा कब फंस गए, इतनी सूक्ष्म है सब। और ये सब वासना है। These are all vasanas of what? Of attachments. सांसारिक वासना ही आध्यात्मिक वासना बनती है। जब तक साधक ये नहीं समझता कि ये वासना है, he favors it. He thinks ये उसके अच्छे के लिए ऐसी भी सोच, और अटक जाते हैं। They get stuck in this. Very slight catch. One is because the whole world is that way. Very difficult. You go anywhere, people don't talk about these subjects. तौबा तौबा subject है ये सब, तौबा तौबा. We are happy in our beliefs, cocoon. And if I get more people who believe that, I feel more stronger, more secure. That is why I see when groups come together and all are disillusioned, it's very difficult. Even if they as a group want to say, we are not understanding where we are stuck, something, everything is we are doing, but then I just tell them this, that is where it pains more. No way. ये कोई वेशभूषा बदल के आया है भ्रमित करने, से दूर रहते हैं, नहीं तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी। गड़बड़ तो हो रहा है। I have no interest to awaken people. That's not my cup of tea. Because awaken means again savior syndrome. कोई savior syndrome कुछ नहीं है। I just respond to the people who ask me something or who look onto something. Tell me some truth about myself or about ourselves or about yourself or about life. I just express it. Those who want can catch it. Those who do not want can move on with whatever beliefs. So there is no hard and fast rule of what I am saying. If you have any questions regarding today's talk, you can definitely write. It has been a very deep subject today again. Deep. You won't realize how deep. It is deep. I was there for all this 1 week. And in deep silence in many places. New Year की eve जो होती है ना, 31st, everybody is running for party somewhere and I am moving towards Goa and I have no idea it's the year end. I was sitting in Tiruvannamalai on a hill. कन्नू भाई आपके साथ ही था, Stay blessed प्रताप जी, आप लोगों के साथ ही बैठा था तिरुवन्नामलई में, and we were having this deep oneness, this alignment. आज का subject वही है, alignment. We were in alignment and so beautiful things were happening. And that's just that alignment. बात नहीं, कुछ नहीं, we were just sitting, silence. Peacocks आए. They moved so freely because they can sense no fear there. Because that consciousness is so powerful. They feel welcome. Peacocks are very shy creatures, but they were there around us for some time. Till when? Till we ended the session. The session ended, they simply moved out. Because then we come back into the ego consciousness. And so when we all three came back into our ego consciousness. And I was still in that state. I got a call and I picked the call and I don't even know who. I just picked the call and sounded familiar. It was Mitaji from Goa. After many years, I think 7-8 years, she called and was saying, we are missing, we wanted to come, we are seeing Tirunamalai, we are desperate to come there and blah 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 blah. It's been so long, you forgot us and all that. I just said I'll come. That's all. I didn't want to talk because I was not feeling like talking. I said I'll come. And when I returned back to Belgaum, the first thing is I just booked whatever seat was available, whichever I didn't see. And that happened to be a 30th morning train. Without plan, I ended up in Goa, in Kankon where they stay. They came and picked me from Madgaon railway station because I have never been to that south, extreme south it is, Goa, which is like jungle. It's out from the city. So they took me home and I planned, okay, I'll be there and same evening I'll leave back to meet another two friends, Sham Bhai and Pratap Bhai, whom I've been meeting for almost close to 14 years. So I said I'll meet them because I'm in Goa. So today one day here and tomorrow one day with them and I'll leave back. I told my mom also I'll be back in a day. But things didn't go that way because I am very spontaneous. I don't plan anything and I ended up in Cancun and they were asking me, oh, what plans? I don't know. I said, I don't know. Where tomorrow? I said, I don't know. There Pratap and Sham were also asking me what tomorrow. I don't know. And as the day unfolded, we were there, we were having satsang, we were talking in their home. They took me around their home, so much in jungle like and so beautiful. And then they were saying, stay back at least for one tonight, and so that we can talk. Otherwise, we don't get time to talk. Finally, I saw it was late and I had to stay back. And we talked and talked, I think, till 12 o'clock. We were all together, sitting in the terrace and talking. Then we went to sleep. And next morning, I got up and finished up. And then I just moved, say bye to them. And they take me to Mallikarjun temple. And from there, I just move off. I tell my friends I'm coming wherever. So they were kind enough, the family, to drop me till Madgaon again in their car. So from Margaon, I took a shuttle towards Vasco and I tell my friends where. They send me a live location. I send a live location and we see that we are very close, moving to the same place. And in half an hour we meet. So they pick me up from the highway and I am in their car, my friends, and we don't know where. We are planning where. They'll say, chalo, let's go to Kudal. We are very close, Anna Maharaj's place. I don't want to meet him because I don't want to go there because I cannot meet him, I know, because he's no more in the party. 3 times I'd met him and I strained kind of missing feeling. Didn't want to go there. But they said we have nothing else to do, let's go. And as we were going towards Kudal Pinguli, we said, okay, let's go there and just see what happens. We didn't actually go to Pinguli. From there we took a diversion and we were talking and somebody said, there is this Devadongar of Machendranath's place. And we went there. Beautifully awesome place. There are 2-3 places which I want to mention. I'll be putting those details. Seekers who want to meditate deeply. Jagrit Sthan, these are, okay. Somehow the divine showed us those places. The Guru Mandala. Avadhuta Chintana Shri Gurudev Datta. Bhagwan Datta is always there. So instead of praying to multiple gurus and all that, my prayer is only Avadhuta Chintana Shri Gurudev Datta. Because the source, we're catching the source. From there everything is coming. So it's like you're dialing number 100. You have trouble, you don't dial this number, that number, this police station, that. You just dial 100 because you don't know where you are. You might be somewhere stuck on a road and you dial 100 confidently. They will track you. They will ask you, where are you? Once they find out you are in, okay, this location, don't worry, they say, we'll send a patrol car or we'll send some help. So from 100, a number is dialed to your locality police station and the help comes to you from there. This is my funda. I work on that principle. So it goes there and whoever is available wherever I am, immediately there is a transaction, and every time I've seen this. I'm sharing this because I want to encourage and inspire seekers who love to visit Jagristans and Avdutas or Samadhis, Yuva Samadhis and all that. I can't tell you. I've been in Goa visiting all my years, even those days where I used to booze. For 6 years, 7 years, I used to come every 3-4 months with my friends and booze for 3-4 days. We used to be in our favorite Bogmala beach and smoking and drinking 3-4 days and come back. So from those days to the days I went there for shivers for my guru's shivers when I went to attend. Plus I tracked out many other places there, religious places. I went so many temples in Ponda and all that, Parshuram Kshetra and all that. But never have I seen Jagrit stands in Goa, because Goa is somewhat like black energy. They say too much of commercialism, too much of Maya. But this time we were for a surprise. As usual, every trip is that way. I haven't shared anything much. What I put on Jclide profile is just the maja that we had. I haven't shared the details of where we are going. I'll do it as I get time here, little, so that if anybody is interested, you can go to those places, Jagrat places. You can stay overnight, and a lot of things are powerfully happening there. I would say we were led in that way. If you stay in awareness, that's enough. This awareness is this alignment that I'm talking about. If you're aligned all the time, how can you get aligned with the Supreme? Stay in awareness, that's all. Practice awareness. Every time you practice awareness, you get aligned. You don't have to use your head how to do this prakriya, that process, this method, this thing, nothing. Sitting within seconds, you can form and get into awareness. I was invited to another sadhak's place where I stayed one night with them also in their family. First day I was in Cancun. From there I came to Vasco. In Vasco I was stayed with another family. Two days I stayed with. So all different families. They took me home. So whenever we were talking about this, somebody had lost their connection with the Guru. Very depressed, very disconnected, disheveled, and not knowing what to do. Saying we are doing this part, all these things, but the connectivity is not happening. Now I could realize where it is coming from. So there was no planned session. The person's plea was, can you please help me? Just for this part. I'm stuck. That was enough for the session to unfold without it being called a session also. We began just casually talking. And I taught her a method. Without the method, I taught her a method, a very spontaneous, free-flowing, natural way to connect with your Guru. In 3 to 4 minutes, she was shaking. Now I'm trying to tell you the prakriya, how simple it is, but how we complicate. What is the complaint? Connectivity problem. That's not happening. When can I see the Guru? When will that ever be possible? I said, if you are in that zone, whatever we just read here, we are stuck in that only. What was that? यदि तुम गुरु वियोग की संभावना से अपने आप को दुखी अनुभव करते हो तो तुम अभी तक गुरु को समझे ही नहीं. तुम हाड़ मास के पुतले को गुरु समझ बैठे हो. So when we forget the physicality and grossness and just tap into the awareness of that master, only if you have a certain mastery over your awareness can you do that. And that is what we precisely did. Within 3-4 minutes connected, and then there were tears and so much ecstasy and all that. And in that state I said, now read the part. A certain way how to connect to the Guru and how to the Guru Mandala and to Ma Durga herself. Ahvan without the Ahvan. It's all your internal awareness that can do it. I said, now read the part. So hardly 20 minutes we had that session, 20-25 minutes. And the next day she said that till Now also, when I met her the next day, she said, I'm still in that, such a sleep I've never had in my life. Yesterday night, like I slept. And today I'm so connected. Even I'm still feeling that same baby feeling even now also. See, I said, that is what your consciousness can do if you rightly apply what your guru has taught you. Very simple. Whereas we miss the soul and we go to do all the karma kandas and say it's not working. Karma kandas work, but it has to have consciousness. It has to have awareness. Whatever you do, you have to do it in awareness. When you do it in awareness, everything will happen. All that she did was shift into awareness. That's all. How much time? No techniques. We were just talking. We went 3-4 minutes inside, gone. So, what I'm trying to tell you is this is alignment. Alignment means getting into awareness, shifting into awareness. You just shift into that awareness and immediately you follow. And you don't have to worry, think how to do it. It happens. Why it happens? Because that is the nature of awareness. That is the prakriti. That is sanatana, the way it is. That is aligning to sanatana. Anyways, so those 2 days went in that way, and then these people took me around and they said, let's go there, let's go there, and we were spontaneously going. So I was knowing there is something coming, but I don't know what. Something good. Because the irony was, the whole crowd is moving towards Goa. The trains are full, I was not getting the tickets very easily. Tatkal I got, and it was so full. Why? Because year end and it's Goa. Only when I was in the train and I was seeing all the madness, then I thought about it, and then I realized, oh my god, it's 31st and this is the most unwelcome time to be in Goa because of the crowd. I was thinking what to do now. But the first day I was happy because this family took me to South Goa where they are away from all the crowd in the jungle. Their house is in the jungle. And I enjoyed it. I said, wow, this is unlike Goa. I said, but now next day I have to go to Vasco. I don't know what. And by the time I entered into their car the next day, I saw that we were heading towards Kudal. Now the whole population is moving towards Goa, and here we are moving out of Goa. In the most happening day, 31st morning, we were moving out of Goa. I said, good. Out of Maya. Maya means it's a big catch, big disturbance, big happening place. And energy is those kind. All the bhog kind of energies. Bhog pravritti ke aadate. So we were moving and it was so nice. And by the time we were supposed to go to Pinguli or Anna Maharaj's ashram, we took a deviation and we went elsewhere. And we ended up in Devdongar. Machendranath ji had done his tapas there. Just for a couple of months he did, but what a Jagristan. You must visit if you are in Goa. This is not Goa, this is Maharashtra. This is Sindhudurga district. Sindur district is a very Jagrat place. Last time I had been there while trying to meet Anna Maharaj, we had traveled there. Hundreds of Jiva Samadhis, hundreds of caves and tapostans and ashrams and all those things. We had covered many that time. Many avduts lived in those areas, but there was only one in the body, that was Anna Maharaj in those days. Now he is also not there. So this time also I was thinking, where we have already been there. So we were thinking we are going to repeat the same thing, but everything was new. Except Anna Maharaj's ashram, everything was new. So Machendranath's Stan, when we were meditating, very, I don't know how to explain that stillness. I won't say silence, but there is a certain kind of stillness in that place. You don't feel like leaving that place. So we were there, spent the whole day there, and by evening we moved out from there thinking where to go. Then somebody said on the other side there is one more place where we can go and halt if possible. So we went there, and the beauty is all these areas don't have internet, and that is one reason I couldn't post most of the things what's happening during the 31st, for good sake, because then I would have got distracted in it. But no internet. For almost 24 hours we remained without internet. And that ashram that we went to, it was in a jungle, Adurle. Weird names. We went there and it was complete jungle. Among those trees and all those places, some houses, one here, one there, we could see on the way. And when we entered into the space where there's a Datta temple, Jagritstan. Datta temple where even tribals from those times used to worship. So we went there and we saw that apart from that mandir, and next to that there was a samadhi of an enlightened being named Girishnath Maharaj. Girishnath Maharaj samadhi is there near the Datta temple. So we went there and we were looking at the Datta temple. I said, this is a beautiful place. Then we decided it's anyhow going to be 7 o'clock, dark now. Now let us not go anywhere, let us halt here. So there was a person who was living there. His name was Babu. He's Babu. And he used to serve Girishnath Maharaj during those days. So he lives there alone. He's a sannyasi. He comes from another village and he stays there a whole day and then he goes back in the evening. Even when Maharaj was there, he was doing that. So he gave us information, first-hand information about Maharaj and his days and his leelas and all that. He gave us tea and all that. We had tea and then he told us we can stay if you want. But he said, I don't have chadar nahi, takya nahi, ye nahi, khatiya nahi. And there is one room that also is not in shape. One bathroom is there that is usable. But vyavastha nahi, he said, and no food, nothing. We found out that there is no food anywhere there. No hotels. At least 5 to 7 kilometers there is nothing in that radius. So then we decided, okay, no problem. We found a place where we can be here. No internet, nothing, and no crowd, and a Jagristan and Datta Kshetra. Aur kya chahiye? I said, what a beautiful way to spend the New Year night. So we said goodbye to Babu and he was very kind. He said you can stay because one of us, Shambai, had already stayed there once sometimes. So he knew that place. So we went searching for food. Said in our car only, let's go and eat some food because at night and all, we don't know, because we heard some villagers are going to come and do bhajans there in the Datta Mandir. Every year they come, it seems. Some 10, 15 or them, or maybe even 5 to 6 they said. So we were knowing that okay, till 12 at least we are going to be jagran hone wala hai. To bhook vook lage to kuch. So we went outside. We took the car and went around 5-7 kilometers apart, and while going we came to a village called Kelus. And in Kelus we saw another Maharaj's ashram. Andrule, that word that where we stopped was Andrule. It is around 10 to 12 kilometers from Kudal, Anna Maharaj's ashram. So in Andrule we stayed and then we came out. When we came out, we came to we came and met another samadhi in Kelus. We were asking for directions in that place and we became aware of this mutt and we went inside and we saw there was Namdev Maharaj's samadhi. Very old, ripe age, he passed away and his samadhi is there. And next to that there is another samadhi which is believed to be a Jiva samadhi of some yogi. They don't know how many years old also. No name, nothing. So we meditated there for some time and then we continued our hunt for food and we got a small hotel because they said you have to go still many far, but if you want something here light you can have. And then we found it was a kind of Chinese hotel, chota wala, but we managed to have something there and then we left back to Andrule. Coming back there, It was almost like 8 o'clock. We meditated for some time. We were there alone, and by the time 9 o'clock, villagers started coming. Villagers came, and there was a beautiful 3-hour bhajans that they did. Beautiful Marathi bhajans. I have recorded all of them. Most of them. I could not post it because huge file. So I'll be posting about this place, whatever I'm talking. If you're interested, you can watch the videos on this place and see how beautiful it is. So the Datta Mandir also, the person Babu was telling that there is a samadhi there actually. Jiva samadhi of some yogi, they don't know, hundreds of years. Nobody knows the name. And that is the reason probably why Girishnath Maharaj came there. And he said, I want to live here, those days. And he occupied the space right in front of Datta temple. And you can see in that video, there is a cot of that enlightened being who came there. And he said, my yahi nivas, I'm going to lie down here. And he used to sleep there. And then he was a parivarajaka. He used to wander all around and then come back sometimes and all that. And then he took samadhi. When we went to his samadhi, it was huge hall, dome. We could hear the echoes. But exactly like how I get, I don't know how to explain that. There is an internal noise that I hear always. It's not a noise, it's a sound. What we call the anahat or whatever. So when I started going to Kanjangad, I developed this. There is this white noise that comes from within. And that is very sharp in the caves, Kanjangad cave. Whenever I enter, it automatically expands like anything. So it had started many years back. So only in that places I have found it, and another 1 or 2 places I have seen that. When I entered the samadhi of Girishnath Maharaj, it amplified. I knew there is intense energy here. So all that we thought was, night, let us, why not? Because samadhi is there, and outside they had an outer dome and all that. So you could always be there. So we thought we will sleep there. And the whole night we slept there. So till 12 o'clock we were with the bhajan people. And they were so much of bhav, bhakti and simple Maharashtrians, Marathi speaking, village people, village folks. And we had brought a kalangada there, we used to give this watermelon everywhere we went. We used to just offer to the ashram. So we had offered here also. At 12 o'clock they cut that kalangada and they distributed it like prasad with tea. Now you can imagine the combination, watermelon and tea. We were laughing there, at all the simplicity, but so beautiful. And at 12 o'clock, everybody, they did a beautiful Dattatreya Harti there. I have recorded that fully. It was so good. I was having goosebumps there. So beautiful and so much of energy at 12 o'clock, 2023 opening. And this Arti is done and everybody is bhav bhakti. I shot everything. And then after that, they distribute the prasad and the tea. And all these people are so simple. And I was telling my friends, this is the first time ever 2000 New Year has opened and not a single person said Happy New Year. कोई किसी को कोई परवाह नहीं, New Year, nothing. They just came, offered their gratitude, their whole, the bhava. They did that. They greeted each other, they greeted us. It made us feel so comfortable there. And then they all dispersed. When they dispersed, I was telling my friends, look at this is the most beautiful New Year I have had. No Paltuka Happy New Year fundas. Unconscious habits. These are habits, vasanas. So an aware being will not fall into all this nonsense. They will think if somebody is saying happy dash dash day, what is happy in this? So do you mean Happy New Year means, oh, it's a hope. Happy New Year. May this year bring you this. May this year bring you that. Hope. Lot of hopes. So every year you are unconsciously saying, my year was horrible. Now let me hope for something. A whole year went like this. I didn't get anything. Now let me look for something brighter. So when we say hope, look for something brighter, you're automatically saying whatever you had was down the road. subconscious patterning these you are developing in these unconscious habits. Unconsciously you send a lot of messages to yourself, and then you look forward to something, means you're not in the present. The moment you hope for a future, you're in the future, and the moment you're hoping for a future, you are already telling that you don't like your past, so you're looking for a future. So you are in the past and the future, you're not in the present. Present is that Dattatreya Arti. People are so beautiful. No past talks, no future hopes. Just in the moment they were celebrating that moment. And I believe if they do their bhajans anywhere, they will celebrate in that moment only. That means when you celebrate in the moment, every day, every moment is your happy new year. Why can't it be that way? Can you see that unconscious catch? Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. You are born today. May you have a special day today. May your day be full with this surprise, and may God bless you abundantly. Why only one day abundantly bless? Only one day you can be joyful. Only one day can you have a blast. Why can't it be every day happy birthday, and every day it can be that? Why can't every day be a celebration? So when you give a special grant to a certain day, you are automatically discriminating the other 364 days as not a celebration day. That is why we desperately wait for a happy birthday. Because your whole life is such a bore, nothing is happening, nobody cares. So my birthday will come, I will get calls, I will get gifts, I will get love, attention, care, support. So for that one day, I wait for 364 days like a death, hoping for that one day. Isn't that utter nonsense? People of awareness will not get into all that, because you become aware of your unconscious patterns there and then. That is the path of awareness. If you cannot notice this, then we are not in awareness. We are still in somebody's belief. Somebody built a happy new year, somebody built a happy birthday, and we follow that customs unknowingly. Look at these villagers. They are not humans. Sanatanis. They are bound with that natural thing, original. They have not changed their roots. Avadhuta Chintana, Sri Gurudeva Datta, he placed us in his vicinity, in his kind of energy. Best New Year I ever had. So the whole night was beautiful. We got up early in the morning और फिर चूल्हा जलाओ. गीजर तो है नहीं, चूल्हा जलाओ. सब लोग अपना अपना लकड़ वकड़ लेके लगा के जला के उसको pot में we are boiling the pots. One pot, one person. Four of us were there. 4 persons, 4 pots. And then we took our bath and beautiful. We had bought some eatables and all that. We had there only, and morning also we meditated in that place. Then I took a long walk in awareness. If there was a live, I wanted to do a live there, and there was no internet there. But morning I remembered about it because the space was so jagrat. 6 o'clock. Then I just did a walk there, and I recorded a video, whatever I could say, and then came back and we left from that place. Never imagined. And then from there we moved to another place. We were told that there is another location. Now things were unfolding. We went to an ashram. I don't remember the place, but I'm going to mention that because one of my friend knows it. So I'll put that in the video titles, the place and location. We went to that place, and that was Satchidananda Swami. His samadhi. Beautiful thing happened there. So powerful and ancient that is. Somebody had told it's hundreds of years old, we don't know, and all that stuff. 200 plus probably, and we were meditating. And while I was meditating, I was just thinking, how old this could be, because the Nandi and all that was there, and the Linga and all looked so old. And the energy was so beautiful, it was on top of a hill. As I was meditating, 1780 was flashing. 1780. I became aware. Suddenly I got disconnected from my meditation. My mind was reading that. What is this? What is this? Then I discarded it. After meditation, when we got up, the priest was there. I asked him about what is this um, significance of this. Then he said it's 200, close to 250. He said it is 235 years old or 240, something he said close to that. And then he went off. Then my friend was reading on a board there. It was written, the samadhi is estimated to be 250. So I took out my calculator and calculated 780 minus this. It was coming to close to somewhere. I don't remember what it was, 233 or 230. Exactly that age. But there they had not written specifically. They said approximately in that age. It's that much. So we could realize that 1780, 17th century Jiva Samadhi. No wonder it was so powerful. Then we were told there is another ashram of the guru of this person. Now I said, Shishya, I said, the guru kaise honge? I was excited. And then we drove from there. Another few kilometers, it was nothing on the roads. One house here, one house there. Farms and some villagers walking here and there. One or two vehicles moving here and there. Narrow roads, full of hills. We are climbing one hill to the small, small hills, Vehicle is moving like the ghats. Completely in nature. I told you, no? Absolutely no towers there. No internet. People have learned to live in that. I mean, they have not learned the new ways. Simpleton, Adivasis, tribal people, and now little modernized, but still they are coming from there. Then we went to this ashram. Ashram was, my God, it looked so ancient. It was constructed, no doubt, but it was on a hill. I forgot the place name, I'll put that. And it was the guru of that person. The guru's name was Purnananda Swami. Now 1780 ka wo samadhi, Jiva Samadhi, this guru has to be even older than that. I don't know, we didn't go for much investigation on that, but as I entered the temple, there was Vishnu's form there. And they said, okay, take parikrama. Inside, there is a big space. And Devans, when we were taking inside, there were close to 16 samadhis inside. I didn't count it, but approximately they say it is that much. I took a video of all that, Side. Somebody has taken samadhi in 1790, somebody has taken 1801, somebody has taken 1820, somebody has taken close to even the 19th century. 16 of them of that ashram. And they had linkage with the Adi Shankaracharya ashram. I don't know what was thought. There were some students and all learning there something. I didn't go to ask, but 16 samadhis, all inside. And there in the side, one side, Purnanand Swami's Jiva Samadhi. What powerful! I could feel the radiance. He sat there, and even Shambai was telling, he sat there and he went into trance, a deep Samadhi. He didn't realize, even I went inside deep Samadhi. Effortless. And I was so connected, that enchanting, that there was an image sitting like this, a young person, just like Gyaneshwar, Sant Gyaneshwar, that age. He was very young, maybe in his close to 30, 25, 26, like that. For a moment I felt it was Adi Shankara himself, because Adi Shankaracharya was almost in that age, 28. Very handsome looking image that is there on that. So I took pictures of him. Thank God then nobody stopped us, prohibited from that, because it's a beautiful place. And what beautifully happened before that was, Shambai was telling me, come the main samadhi is that side, Purnanand Swami's, but I was not feeling like going. I was just rotating among that 16. And one samadhi, I don't know, I felt pulled. I went and sat there. And I wept. I don't know, maybe some past life connections, or I don't know what was that. But when I looked at the samadhi, it was written Brahmananda Swami. And somebody from the late 18th century only. And next to that there was Purnanand Swami again. Same like Guru's name only. I don't know, I sat there, I was so connected. I was like almost like hugging that samadhi and sitting there. Whereas my intention was actually to go to Purnanand, the Guru's Samadhi, from there. But something pulled me and made me sit there. For a long time I was there. Then I got up and went to the main Purnanand Samadhi. And there, that experience I can never forget. That is a place I vouch you must go to if you are there in that area of Sindhurg region. I will share all those details also with you. And after that, we left back, and by the time we came, it was afternoon in Pinguli Ashram, Anna Maharaj's ashram. I was missing him already. So whenever we used to go to Anna Maharaj's place, he would say, "Go to my Guru Samadhi and come." Always. And whoever came, he never said, "Idhar kuch nahi, pehle udhar jao." He used to send everybody there. So we used to always go to his Guru, Rahul Maharaj Samadhi, and then come and meet Maharaj. So this time also when we entered, it was a kind of tradition that we go to Rahul Maharaj. And my friends were calling, "We'll go there." My legs just walked straight to Anna Maharaj Samadhi, which is a little far from the Guru Samadhi. I went and sat there. First time I went after he left his body, beautifully built Samadhi. I had seen that Samadhi because strange thing was when last time we were meeting Anna Maharaj, he told us, we were three of us, "Go and see my Samadhi down." And we were like, "Your Samadhi?" He said, "Go. They're building." Then we went down. His Samadhi was being built. We came to know he's leaving. Not we came to know because of that. He had told us also directly that he will not be for more. So he had instructed his Samadhi being built. Anna Maharaj was very, very stern, strong, very rude in our language, bad mouthed. जब देखो like गाली, माँ बहन की तक गाली. So if anybody looked at him without awareness, they would run away. But if you look at him with awareness, in the first time that I met him, he was beating people with his stick. He was giving foul, dirty language. But I was in tears because somehow, even through all that rigidity, I could see deep love in his eyes. There was so much of love. It's a very confusing state if you see. How can somebody who's so rude, so raw, be loving because his actions are all the opposite? Perhaps this is what they call leelas. I can never forget Anna Maharaj because after meeting him, my life changed. Not my life, because there was some persisting problem in my life. And I never asked him, I never told him anything. But very strangely, when I returned back home after that trip, everything just changed. It was no more that situation, that haunting situation at home. Everything had changed. And I couldn't believe it. It took me a couple of days to even understand. It was that Mahatma's blessing. I didn't ask him anything. I never asked anybody. I never even asked my Guru anytime. Do this for me or for my people. Whatever has to happen will happen. That is the attitude which I was sitting, but perhaps I was that day in tears because I was more moved by my own problems. And at the same time, seeing so much of love in that person's eyes who's beating people black and blue with the sticks, not even sparing women. Sometimes catching people by their hair, sometimes banging their backs so loudly, abusing. That was a very, very special moment. That is the reason this time when we went to meet, I was feeling so, because he is not there physically anymore. So on that first trip, I even had made a live. Immediately I was so excited with that interaction with Anna Maharaj, because when I was looking at Anna Maharaj, behind I could see Nityananda's photo. In his room there was Bhagwan Nityananda's photo, and I came to know, okay, so this is the connection. His guru was very connected to Bhagwan Nityananda. His guru Rahul Maharaj used to regularly visit Ganeshpuri. In fact, his guru Rahul Maharaj had a bedroom down the ashram where Anna Maharaj used to stay, and in that bedroom there is his cot, and next to that there is a vigraha of Nityananda sitting, a bronze idol. We never knew what is that connection. But the first time we met him, not the first time, second time, he asked us to go and sit down in that room. I said, go to my guru's room down. Marathi said, Khalti. त्यांचा room मध्ये जाऊन बसा. Go and sit there. Perhaps he knew we had this affinity towards Bhagwan Nityananda. But he never spoke anything about Nityananda. I asked him in my third visit, say something about Nityananda. He didn't want to say, God knows for what reasons. 3-4 times we all asked him in different ways. But he would say, Ganeshpuri, kund hai, kund, teen kund hai. And then after some time he would change the topic. That's all that he would say. Whatever reason. So we respected that, whatever that reason is. So this time, last time he had told us, go and see my samadhi. And he had told us very clearly that he had some illness, very life-threatening illness that developed in his body, and he was absolutely disconnected from it. Perhaps he had mouth cancer or something. Because in one of the visits he scolded me and he said, hey, get that bag from here, you guy. So I didn't know there was a bag kept there. I went and saw. Open that, what are you looking? Marathi said, khol de, kai bhaktos. When I opened it, there was a plastic bag. Are card re, he said. Remove that out. So I removed. There was gutka strip. All gutkas. And he used to always have gutka in his mouth. Just a few moments before he had said, I had been to the doctor and doctor said, Khalas, this is gone. And he was laughing at it. He was literally laughing and telling that he is not going to be much more. As though not affected by anything. And then next moment he's telling me, bring me that. I was wondering, why is he chewing so much? Gutka all the time, I could see it is all full. Always his mouth used to be full. And he used to spit sometime. And all the time he used to keep. And when he's telling that, he used to say, it's all gone. I used to wonder why then he has to take all this, simply. Why can't he take care of himself? Why don't people tell him here? Something was telling. And the next moment, after 2 minutes, he's telling, hey, go and get that back. And when I go, I see gutka in that. He's telling, take it out. And I see a strip and I put it back. And I'm looking at me, don't tell me he's going to have it again. He gave me bad words. He said me, open it and give it here. How can I dare not open it? He made me actually open and give it to him. And he took that and put it again into his mouth. And sat there. A lot of memories with Anna Maharaj. Second visit, when we went, my friend was driving and we didn't stop at the ashram. It was 2 o'clock. We had to go somewhere else. We were moving towards deeper into Sindhurg. So he said, let us not stop now. I said, it's food time, let us have in the ashram. Anna Maharaj was there on the top that time. So we had not yet met him. He said, we'll have his darshan also and we can have food here also. So my friend said, let us not have food here. because we have not intimated the ashram, it is not good to go unwelcome. I said it's an ashram, so most of the ashrams, almost all the ashrams, have always food. That's what ashrams are for, to serve. So I don't think they will have any problem. And in ashrams we don't have those formulas because nirantar there is people walking in and out. Somehow he was not convinced. He was telling no, no, it's not good. On the way back we'll come. We'll have food elsewhere. And we went. A little far we went. We found a good hotel and we ate the Konkan food and all that. Nicely we had. Then we went about all visiting samadhis. We stopped at one place somewhere in Sindhurg only, and the next morning we returned back. When we were returning, we came to this Pinguli ashram. We were supposed to go one day earlier, we didn't go, but we came. And when we came, Maharaj was there on top. We went to have his darshan. Usually there are a lot of people there. That day there was no people. Nobody, only we four or three of us. So, and he was sitting exactly like Swami Samartha. How Swami Samartha sits like this. And he used to always wear only one cloth around his waist, that's all. And he was exactly sitting bald and big tummy and exactly looking like Swami Samartha. When I saw him first, I thought he is Swami Samartha. I went, he was staring at us like this. All three of us went there. He looked at each of us like this. And we fell one after the other, his feet. So one of my friend, he said, "Hey, come here." And when he came close, he held him and slowly hit his back like this. Little anger on his face, and that is normal, his expression. And after hitting, he looked at him and he said, the same person, my friend, who said, let us not stop here, while coming we'll do that because ashram, it's not right to go there. Maharaj is looking at him and saying, this is an ashram. Food is available here 24 by 7. You need not have to eat from anywhere else. You know, people come here and park their cars in this ashram and they go shopping elsewhere. For them, there is no food here. But you guys are all meditators. See, we never said anything to him. It was all he only saying. You guys are meditators. You have the first right for food here. There will always be food here. Whenever you are here, you must have food from here. We looked at each other, oh my God. Because this is what exactly we were saying, let's not have. And here is Anna Maharaj, who had read everything. And he said this. So these were his leelas. Before parting, he said, you must come for my birthday. It is on next month, this date. You have to come. You have to come. Many times he said this. And then his people who were serving, he said, get those invitations. Give it to them, each of them. Remember, mark it in your calendar. All these things he said, you must come. Now we were obliged. We had to go. I don't know for what reasons. He knows better. But I had a doubt this is his last. Because his bodily condition also was not good. His body was suffering, but he was not suffering. I could see that very clear. He was the same he. And we ended up in the next month for his birthday and the last day celebrations, all that went. It was a big program, huge people and all that. And then he gave a final speech also. They don't have formalities. He was sitting down as an audience looking at the whole program. Then suddenly he got up and he went on the stage, took the mic and gave gali, jor se. Like all Kudal must have heard it, 12 o'clock at night. And then he talked this, that, all no sense. He was talking something. And between he was telling, you guys have not understood me. You only see my beatings and my wrong expressions and my foul words, but nobody has understood me. I was so emotional when I was hearing those things, because all these things, I've never seen all these things at first time. And then after that, 15-20 minutes, he didn't come like a guest coming and speaking. He just walked up to the stage, snatched the mic, and he asked, get out to the other. Whatever he had to say, he said. And that whole night he was like, so we had to leave at 3 o'clock, and that's the last I saw of him. Took his blessings and left. After that, I came to know next year that he had passed away. I couldn't go after that. So this was the first time, the last few days back, we went to that ashram. So when I went to the ashram, usually we always go to Rahul Maharaj, his guru's samadhi, and sit there, and then we go meet Anna Maharaj. This time also my friends went, but I couldn't stop. I went straight running towards Anna Maharaj's samadhi and went and meditated there. There also I was seeing the samadhi is there, and on the left side they have kept a chair and they have kept a photo of Bhagavan Nityananda. Some deep connection, mysterious connection. He never revealed anything. So after my friend said, first we'll go to Rahul Maharaj. Not there, we go here first. I said, you go, I'll come here. Then later when my friend asked why everybody goes here, I said, I don't know about everybody. We come here to meet him every time he has called us. It is his mahima that he says, I am nothing, it's my guru. So go to my guru, he says. So he asks everybody to take the blessings of the samadhi of his guru and then come back and sit in front of him. That's how he used to do. So he said, for me, he is everything. I don't know about his guru. So he was doing what he felt is right, that he is not that, though he didn't want to take the doership, that's all. But that was just a custom that had developed there. But for us, he was the one who was the doer, so-called doer. So I said, for me, Anna Maharaj is everything. बड़ी कहावत है. They say, if God and Guru comes in front of you, whom will you bow down first? It is said, I will bow down to, Kabir said this, bow down to the Guru first, because it is due to the Guru I even know about Bhagavan, God. It is the Guru who introduces to the God. So Guru becomes superior there. So in that format, Anna Maharaj is the one whom we know, whom I had an experience. I have experienced his leelas. So he is everything for me. So after that we went to Rahul Maharaj's place also, and then went to his room where we used to meet. And that room is empty. His bed was empty. His specs, his things were kept. Everything is kept, but his physical presence is not there. So he's there, his physical presence is not there. And then his consort, his wife, Amma, she was sitting there. I saw suddenly, oh my God, she's here. I went and took her blessings. I said, we used to come here every time and all that. She said, yeah, he's no more. He's left us all and gone, see, and all that she was saying. In Marathi, we spoke for some time, sat at her feet, left the place. Somebody was there and they offered to take a picture or video. They took that. So that's also recorded. So it's all there in my cell phone. I got to just put it out. So that was our last location. After that, we returned back to Goa. Fully a divine trip. Much in isolation. And the moment we came near Pinguli, all the internet came back, all the messages, and back to samsara, back to Maya Jagat. And the moment we returned back to Goa, fully Maya Jagat. And then I halted at one more night because Pratap Bhai and Shyam said, why extend one more day, we will go to some other places also. And that is how one extra day I spent there and went to even some other ashram, small ashram, which I have already posted. Rest all I posted. Third day activity, everything I posted. But first and second day activity, I didn't post it. It's still there in my mobile. That was a real thing. So we went to very topmost on the mountains also on the third day. Again, I forgot the names. I'll be sharing that also, because if any of you wish to go that area, you can cover it in 2 through 3 days. And if you like, you can stop in that place also. Girishnath Maharaj, where we had stopped. It's a Dattastan. Babu is there. If anybody wants, I don't want to display his number openly, but if anybody is seriously going there, you can just write to me or put an instant message here in Messenger. I'll give you his number so that you can contact and be in touch. And रात का बंदोबस्त हो जाएगा, but nothing there. You'll have to carry your own bedding or food and all that stuff. They have got some basic bedding thing. If that is okay with you, then fine. And no soul will be around. So if you can sleep there alone, fantastic. If you feel not, then you can go in. company, but very Jagrat sthans. Even Purnananda Swami's Samadhi, and I believe there are many. And I somewhere have a doubt that Dattastan, which near the first place where we slept actually, there somebody said there is a Samadhi, 200-year-old Samadhi, somebody said there, but they don't know the yogi's name. And that side also, when we went to Kulas, that place, there also I told you there was this Namdev Maharaj, and on the right side there was a Samadhi, no identity. I believe these are all disciples of Purnanand Swami only. See, 200 years again. I believe that's what I felt strongly from within, because his disciples just spread all over. Some took Samadhi here, there, and all that. So I believe it is they are Jiv Samadhis only. But very strange place, very mysterious, very divine place. So that whole belt of Kudal and that Sindhur place, Kudal region only, that is in and around Kudal, full of divine people. Full of samadhis, many jiva samadhis. So it's a Jagristan, that means Jagristan. So I think I extended a little bit of talk telling you my own stories, whereas I had come here for alignment. Yes. Anyways, that the whole alignment that we are talking here about is this alignment. What is all this practice? Why am I traveling? Why am I going here and there? I'm always in the mode of aligning. I want to be aligned. I want to be aligned to such a state that I don't have to align anymore. That's all our whole practice that is all about. Whatever you call spiritual sadhana, you call austerities, tapas, this, that, whatever you call. Everything will lead you again to a state of your chitta, to your inner being where there is stillness and calmness. And then the real journey will begin. Till then, many practices are needed. Till then, many efforts are needed. Till then, many doing is needed. A lot of doing has to be done. Doing. Only in the doing you will learn undoing. Only with effort you can reach states of effortlessness. So this is also needed. What I am speaking is all those who can relate to it, perhaps whose chitta has become so refined that they can catch and grasp this. Perhaps this is my tukka, this is my andaza that I am giving. You are able to catch that, or perhaps it interests you. Some of your purva janma samskaras may have triggered it, that such kind of topics interest you. It can happen only then and then. Otherwise it's not possible to even have interest to this extent, where you will sit in the midnight and listen to these things. It's almost 12 o'clock where everybody is wanting to sleep. We are here awake. All this Goa days, it was all this way. Hardly 3 or 4 hours I slept. Rest of the time I was with people. And whoever welcomed, whoever called, whoever had this longingness to know something deep, to connect to something deep, to connect with something beyond the body and mind, I was more happy to be there. And that is what I was singing. हम है राही प्यार की, हम है राही प्यार की, हमसे कुछ न बोलिए, जो भी प्यार से मिला हम उसी के होली. Perfectly right, because that is alignment. प्यार से मिला मतलब one who is aligned, one who can align with these truths are the people who can relate with it. They are beyond the body and mind. They are only with this consciousness. They want to be aligned. Like we are also running behind all these Jagrit sthans and all that. And if you see the quality of these mighty beings, they are also pyar ke rahi, wanderers, parivrajakas. They wander. They cannot be controlled. They cannot be told what to do and told what not to do. That is why the song says, Humse kuch na boliye. Neither this or that. No dhamkis, no flatteries. It's a strange neutral state, but that alignment that is there, a beautiful alignment is there. You can align with. I had beautiful time with these people in Goa. It felt like a big family, where even night like this only we used to be sitting talking and laughing. And even the last day before coming, we were in Bogmalo beach. We returned at 1 o'clock from the beach. We left the beach at 1 o'clock at night. Shambai was there, his wife was there, Bhakti Bhavi, her son was there, Shubham, Pratap Bhai was there. Pratap Bhai's family could not come because the children, schools and all those things. But Purvi Bhavi wanted to come. And the last time when we had gone, all the children, everybody were there, his children, and the whole family were there, two families, like 10, 15 of us in the beaches. So this time it was late also. And we went to the beach at I think 8:30 or 9. So it was too late. So we spent our time there till 1 o'clock. A great time, having fun and laughter. It was not spiritual talks and all that. I mean, we had spiritual talks also, but it was just about life. It was very casual, normal, very free flowing. Laughter, so much of laughter was there all these days. Even in their homes, this was happening. And in one of the homes I was invited to, there was a child from whom I learned so much. She's hardly 7, 8 years old. I was told that she's sick. Before going to that home only, I was told she is sick. She has come for some treatment and she is constantly not well. So they are doing some natural alternative treatment on her, and she's at home and she has a lot of protected environment to keep her away from pollutants or cold or all that, because her immune system is very sensitive. So as I went into this house, because I know the family, went to meet them because they were eager to. Otherwise I don't visit, okay? Because they were calling, I went, that eagerness for me also was there. And then I wanted to see this child. The child doesn't stay there, it has come from outside for some days. So I saw this beautiful child was coming. The moment she saw me, she was coming and she was looking with a smile on her face. And I looked at her from top to bottom. I said, this child doesn't look sick. Who says? And she's moving around from the kitchen. I could see her going that side and coming, having her food. Her mother was feeding her. She's very normal, very simple. And then when she came close, I said, Beta, kya hua tumko? First spontaneous answer that came from her mouth was, Mujhe kuch nahi hua. I was shocked. I looked at everybody because the family wanted me to just speak to her. I don't know why, but even her mother, because her mother was very upset and tired actually, because taking care of the child for months, they're running around and all those things. She was sort of in a very low phase. So the entire family was saying, so I was just pointing out to the family, look at what she said. She said, nothing is wrong with me. And here we are all the adults sitting here. There is something wrong with the child. We are worried that something is wrong with it. And the child is saying, Mujhe kuch nahi hua. Nothing has happened to me. Whereas she knows that everybody in the family is telling, you have got something. Because she's having those medicines and all that. Constantly she is reminded, you have this in you, you have this in you. इससे ठीक होना है. ठीक होना है मतलब ये है. So knowledge wise she knows she has this. But her being is so smiling. She's telling, मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ है. Then I spoke to her for a long time. Continuously we were constantly talking, and spot answer she was giving, not even thinking. And every time she gave a smile. The smile was चिपका हुआ उसके चेहरे पे. Though her body was unhealthy, her body was in that state. I asked her so many questions. all wise answers, one after the other, wise answers. And I was only pointing out to her, look at this child. And it went on for some time. By the end, I knew only one thing. My God, I learned so much from her today. What can you go and talk to such people? उनको क्या बताएं, क्या ज्ञान दे और क्या समझाए इनको? क्या कोई हील करे इनको? इनकी आत्मा तो ऑलरेडी हील्ड है. अन्ना महाराज को कोई हील कर सकता है? आत्मा was already shining, ever glowing, प्रसन्न चित्त. This child is प्रसन्न चित्त. मैंने बोला इसका चित्त इतना प्रसन्न है, कोई डर नहीं, कोई भय नहीं, कोई अटैचमेंट भी नहीं. मैंने पूछा, बेटा आप मेडिसिन ले रहे हो ना? आप ही मेडिसिन ले रहे हो, आपको लगता है आप ठीक हो जाओगे? बोली हाँ, पूरी तरह से पता है हो जाओगे, पूरी तरह से. देखो एडल्ट्स को डाउट है होगा कि नहीं, क्योंकि ये मेडिसिन काम किया, ये होगा कि नहीं होगा. वो बोल रही पूरा यकीन है, बिल्कुल मैं ठीक हो जाऊंगी इससे. I said, see, she is already healing herself. Maybe we are not healed. That is why we are creating such kind of circumstances around that child that is keeping that person in illness. If you watch carefully, even in our own lives, environments, परिस्थितियां ऐसे create करते हैं. And then we look to heal that person. Especially children are victims because they have no options. Physically they have no option, they have to listen. But their soul is free. अगर उनका बस चले, अगर फिजिकलिटी होती, मैच्योर होते, they would have flown out. Not dependent on anybody. But right now, they are in that state where they have to be dependent. So I said, आप ठीक हो जाओगी? She said, पक्की ठीक हो जाऊंगी मैं. Then I said, how much medicine? They said, डॉक्टर ने इतना इतना बोला है, कंटिन्यूसली इनको दो, नहीं तो खांसी आ जाती है. तो I said, मैं आया तब से तो एक बार भी खांसी नहीं है. मेडिसिन तो दिए जा रहे डोज आयुर्वेदिक. No, doctors have given. Then I said, okay, let's just check out and see if the doctors can just help her take only if she has that symptoms. Otherwise, don't take it. Because we are programming that body that even though you don't have, or you're healing, body is healing, those medicines are untimingly reminding you that I'm still sick. Then I asked the child a question. बेटा आपको लगता है कि ये दवाई आपने बंद कर दी तो आप ठीक हो जाओगे? To mine and everybody's success, she said yes. She also didn't believe in that medicines. Because everybody is scared, she also gets scared. Everybody is scared and they come and treat her. She is helpless. She has to follow the society, so follow the circumstances. That means we are not healed. We are not confident. So by the end, I only said, leave the child alone. Let us heal ourselves. And give opportunities for the soul to be in that conditions, in that stillness, in that alignment of healing. Alignment will heal. My guru used to always say, you don't have to literally heal yourself. If you align yourself to that sanatana tattva, to life as it is, the naturalness, the godliness, which he calls it as state of Shiva Yoga. हमेशा शिव योग की स्थिति में. Of course, only it's just words, because Lord Krishna also said, Lord Krishna said, Yogastu Kuru Karmani, same thing, alignment. And all the masters have taught the same. in their own vocabulary, in their own ways. Alignment is the key. It says if you're aligned, it just happens. It always resets to what is natural and original automatically. We don't allow it to, because then our minds and egos interrupts and says, I know it better. The moment I say, I know it, I will do it, the I, the karta, the doer rises. And what is natural, that does not happen. All our life decisions are this way. Everything, life just unfolds the way it is. When we take life in our hands, it just means we are not aligned with life. We want to take the life the way we want to. That is dangerous. Because life is always unwinding according to one's prarabdha. If one has full awareness that this is my prarabdha that is unwinding, all complaints will drop. You will just drop into that alignment of what is happening is happening in the moment. Sadness will not seem to affect. And yes, happiness also will not seem to affect. You're not excited with happiness. You're not excited. You're not drowned with sorrow. You're in the middle path. Middle path, the center. Being centered is being aligned. And then you don't worry about. You don't have to actually. That is the state of even great mystics. Ramana had disease on his body. He was aligned. That's it. Anna Maharaj had disease in his body. And I'm seeing this live. This Avadhuta. I'm watching him. And he's telling me that he's going to die. And he's laughing over that matter. He's such a cranky person. Always firing people. He used to say this, good for nothing people. People here, good for nothing. That person, look at that person in the garden, he's good for nothing, not doing this work, not doing that work. Nobody does this work here, I have to be behind them. Whole night used to be behind them. In his room, he had only one way of calling people to him. He used to whistle. Whenever we were in his room and he wanted something, immediately within seconds to minutes, somebody would come running. Ji Maharaj, cha anun de sagrana, cha pazo sagrana. Means bring them tea. Every time he used to serve tea. Anything he wants. From the top, somebody would come running all the time. And I was later told, whole night also this only happens there. उनको दिन कहाँ रात कहाँ. And getting the work done. He even told, good for nothing people. कुछ काम नहीं करते. मेरा समाधि भी मुझे ही बनवाना पड़ेगा. These people won't do work till I tell them. I have to even build my own samadhi. These people will not build. See how natural, how free these words are. Can anybody bind such a person? Who can bind? Not even moth, not even death can bind that person. Physically you can bound, anything you can do. The spirit of that alignment, that neutralness. These are our role models. So when I read philosophy, when I see the books, when I get something from my awareness, and then when I see examples, This is the truth. Anantirth Maharaja. Anantirth Maharaja I had met in Uttarkashi. Parivrajika again, wanderer. He wanders all the time, not in one place. He never sits in one place. He's all the time wandering. People think wanderers are mad. ये कुछ ढूंढ रहे हैं. मुझे पूछते क्या ढूंढते रहते हो इधर उधर. डायलॉग्स भी मारते हैं. भगवान अंदर है, बाहर नहीं है. बाहर क्या खोज रहे हो. मैं बोलता हूं अगर तुम ये सच्ची में जानते तो तुम्हारी खोज कब की खत्म हुई होती. यानी कि तुम भी नहीं जाने इस चीज को. फिलॉसफी है जो झाड़ रहे हो. तोतों की तरह रट मारे हो. टीचिंग्स को मुझे बता रहे हो कि भगवान भीतर है, बाहर नहीं है. तो आपका भगवान किधर है और आप किधर हो. अलाइनमेंट तो नहीं दिख रही है. Wanderers, Parivarajakas, don't search for anything. They have found it. They are now living. Living what they have found. Anantir Maharaj very beautifully told me. Because he was a reminder that life sent to me. Because I have no teachers who can train me. I have no godfathers who can, project me out or build me up or launch me and all that. Nobody. My godfathers are from the gods. They are sent to me timely. My teachers, my messengers, as though there is something taking care of everything. And from that conviction, from that confidence, I say, yes, something takes care of you. Certainly, whether you see it or not. So me as a wanderer also, when I am in Uttarkashi, I meet this Maharaja, this saint, Anantirth Maharaja, who comes and reminds me of who I am and what I am doing. Because I don't know who I am and what I am doing. I think things are just scattered and I am just doing what I don't even know. So he was a reminder. He comes and tells me what you're doing is this. I never asked him a question. Never. But he catches up with me in Uttarkashi, invites me to his ashram, and there he's sitting me and telling me, you are doing this is the world. Keep doing this is in the world because it means this. I said, this? It means this? I never knew it. He says, yes. The Shastras say this and this is exactly what is happening to you. And he says what you're teaching is nothing but the Upanishads. But you're teaching it in your own style, in your own words. Maybe not the same orthodox way. Because orthodox way we teach, he said, sannyasis. And whenever we, the orthodox people, want to even do something or teach, people stay away from us. We cannot reach the people in the world who are lost in the world. Very difficult. We are sannyasis, we stay away from samsara. Sannyasis are not involved in the world. They are far away from the bhoga. But he said you are in the bhogic environments and you are one among them. You are living one among them. So it becomes easy when you talk for people to understand because they also are living the same way that you are living. Or you are living the same way that they are living. Same environment. Conveying the same message. He said, please keep doing it. It's a beautiful thing to do. And that is time I realize, oh, is it really? And I'm so happy. Because I get a confirmation from somewhere. Because there are enough people to put me down. To tell me what I'm doing is not supposed, this is not the way, that is not the way. Put scare in me. Why the scare? Because everybody is stuck in their own way. Now when they are stuck, when they are not sure, they want everybody else also to be unsure. Osho calls it पूंछ काटना. लोमड़ी की पूंछ कटी और वो लोमड़ी कटी हुई पूंछ लेके पूंछ कटे लोमड़ियों के साथ बाकी जिसकी भी पूंछ है उनकी भी पूंछ कटाने के लिए पीछे पड़ जाए, क्योंकि उनका विजन इतना ही है कि हमारी पूंछ कटी है तो सबका कटना चाहिए, तभी ऐसा संसार बनेगा, एकत्व आएगा, एक ही विजय होगा, वट एवर यू कॉल इट, धर्म, सत्ययोग, वट एवर यू कॉल इट। लेकिन सबकी अपनी डेफिनेशन है। पूंछ काटने से ही, इस प्रकार से पूंछ कटवाने का ही एक विधि आपको वो युग में ले जाएगा जहां हम सब एक है। बट ये सनातन नहीं है। सनातन इज ओरिजिनल एंड नेचुरल। सनातन में लोमड़ियों की पूंछ होती है। पूंछ जब काटते हैं तो वो लोमड़ी नहीं रहा, वो कुछ और बन गया। तो जब कुछ और बन गए वो फिर अलग सा एक अहम आ गया कि हम ऐसे, तो फिर सबको हमारे जैसे बनाओ। सारी दौड़ अगर आप देखो, all the religions, all the religions, all the faiths, all the paths are running behind this only. हम सर्वश्रेष्ठ हैं। पूंछ कटाना जरूरी है, तभी आप ये हासिल कर पाओगे। कोई कुछ हासिल नहीं कर रहा। We are just making a clown out of each other. We are just making a territory of our own. I am told, when I am here, you should create your soul tribe. You do this, you will attract your soul tribe. And he says you can generate and create the soul tribe and find your soul tribe. They say, find your soul tribe. What they are meaning to say is, anybody having the same ideology, same philosophies, and blah 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 blah, same interests, hobbies, vasanas, tendencies, they will attract same kind of people and group, and then they call it a group, and then they call it their own. This is what Osho was meaning. This individual collective consciousness will have some philosophy, one particular philosophy, and that philosophy is what separates one group from the other. Why are they different? Two groups, everything is same. Breathing is same, blood circulation is same, digestion is same, talk is same. If the pain is there inflicted on this person, and that the pain, the way you feel pain is the same, the way you laugh, joys, emotion, everything is the same. What is it that separates these two groups? Philosophies, beliefs. They have their own philosophies and agenda, own beliefs and agendas. And everybody believes सर्वश्रेष्ठ ही अपना ही है. So the whole race in the world, if you see, is to bring everybody under one kind of philosophy. You see religions trying to convert each other. One philosophy. So when Advaita says there is only one God, one religion person will stand, yes, there is one God, but our God. Foolishness. So when we try to convert each other, that is why the conversion, because then we feel when this grows and this becomes the whole world. Now also we say dharma will be restored if everything happens. Yes, dharma will be restored if sanatana happens, but not XYZ sanatana, please. The moment you add XYZ, it is a philosophy, it becomes another. That is why you can see it has separated from the others. Sanatana is oneness. Sanatana embraces everything and anything. Absolutely no distinction, no discrimination, even iota. इतनी सी भी अगर मन में discrimination आया, that is not sanatana. That is XYZ sanatana, some philosophy. That's why so many sanatanas come. चूक गए, सत्य से चूक गए, विमुख हो गए, पता भी नहीं चला. पता कैसे चलेगा? वही उसी को माया बोलते हैं. पता चलने भी नहीं देता। So he said the sects different. Everybody has their own philosophies. The one who is aware will become aware and see this nonsense. They will still look at the separation. They have no problem with philosophies. They will have no liking, I'm telling you, no attraction, no repulsion. Central. They will not be impressed with one philosophy this side, one not be depressed with another philosophy. They will not be happy with one path and put the other path down. They will not put one religion up and one religion down. They will not say my guru is bigger, that guru is foul. Not sanatana. एक को भी श्रेष्ठ बनाया मीन्स ऑपोजिट, यू आर इन डुअलिटी, द्वैत में आ गए। ये श्रेष्ठ सर्वश्रेष्ठ अगर आपने किसी को कोई भी चीज को, वस्तु को, पर्सन को, तत्व को आपने पॉइंट आउट किया, यानी कि उसके विपरीत भी है। कोई अच्छा बोला तो बुरा होना ही चाहिए वहां पे। असंभव है आप सिर्फ अच्छा बोलो तो सिर्फ अच्छा ही होगा नहीं, द्वैत का प्रॉपर्टी आएगा ही। अच्छा क्यों बोल रहे हो? क्योंकि तुलना करके बोल रहे हो। अच्छा कब होता है कोई? when is somebody becoming good, when is somebody becoming great, when there is somebody else in competitive lower, that is only when you can say this is great or the best or the good. Otherwise you cannot say sarvashreshth. Only when comparing it happens. Comparing means there is two means it's not advait, and not advait means not sanatan. Sanatan is advait. So we must get our definitions correct first. डेफिनेशन में ही गड़बड़ है, तत्व में भी गड़बड़ रहेगा। So Maharaj, Anantit Maharaj told me, these are the things, this is how it is. Go ahead, do this in this way. And then I asked him, why do you wonder? Because now people are asking me, why do you wonder? And I know it is not to search anything. My search is ended, I know. But I love traveling. I don't sit in one place. And then I realized, even I am a wanderer. इन कपड़ों में पता नहीं चलता. And that is what that Maharaj was telling. कपड़े बदल की जरूरत नहीं है. अंदर से सन्यासी हुए तो हो गया कम, अंदर से वैराग्य है हो गया कम, बाहर से कैसे भी रहो क्या फर्क पड़ता है. एंड ही सेड, ये बाहर की चोला जो है, दिस हैज इज प्लस एंड माइनस आल्सो. He said his own clothes prevent him from going, and there is a separation from society automatically. Sannyas ka. Even they are treated as sannyasis. So plus and minus. Here there is no kapda, but I won't be treated as a sannyasi, even if I am a sannyasi. Wherever I go, they will look at me as themselves. No differentiation, no threat. सन्यासी से लोग डरते हैं, दूर रखते हैं उनको, पूछते हैं. सन्यासी और ऋषियों को, संतों को सब पूछते हैं, लेकिन उनका तत्व आने से घबरा जाते हैं. अपने बच्चों में अगर आ गए तो तत्व. एक सन्यासी एक योगी के पास जाके पैर पड़ेंगे बच्चों को, फैमिली को लेके, लेकिन वो तत्व उनमें आए वो कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे. डर लगता है, भय. तो वो उनको दूर रखते हैं. सन्यासी कहां घूमते हैं? ऐसे नहीं घूम सकते, दुनिया ही दोष निकालेगी उनकी. तो इन सम वे ही टोल्ड मी, इन कपड़ों में ही ठीक है सब, बहुत काम होता है इसमें. नो प्रोहिबिशंस, नो मच प्रॉब्लम्स. And that is the time I realized. But then I had a question and I asked him, why do you wonder? And he told me, I learned under my guru for 22 years, Vedanta, Brahmavidya. Got all the wisdom. And then my guru said, now go wander. I said, why? He said, go to every nook and corner. Don't stay at one place. Every new place you go to, you will learn something. And you will learn something which I have taught you. Because what is there in the Vedas and Upanishads, it's nothing from outside. It's all practical living. The life on earth, sanatana. This sanatana, you will see everywhere. And the power to discriminate, the viveka, between what you learned and what is the maya, actual knowledge that you have gained, and the maya, your vivek can segregate it very easily because now you have the power of this wisdom. So now when you are wondering, whatever you see outside, everything you will be able to relate with what you have learned. Oh, this is there in that. So this is the meaning. Acha, Shastra mein ye ullekh hai. So this is what it means. Now with experience, I am having the anubhuti. That anubhuti will lead to conviction. The truth has to be experienced. Otherwise, it is only philosophy. See this theory. The Guru sends out after giving all the pravachan and gyan. Enough you have got gyan. Now go learn from it. This is the way of life. So in some way, even whatever I am wearing, I am following the sannyasa order only. I didn't know this. So I needed a sannyasi to remind me about this. And why am I telling you this? I am telling you because you never know about your own self. We all have these qualities, but society separates us. It tells us that for you to reach a certain stage, you have to have this kind of attire. ऐसे कपड़े होने चाहिए, ऐसे ढंग होना चाहिए, ऐसे क्वालिटीज़ होना चाहिए, ऐसे चलना चाहिए, ये तुमको रट होना चाहिए, ये नाम से XYZ योगी, ABC योगी, ये सब नाम होना चाहिए, या इस पथ उस पथ, इस धर्म उस धर्म. You need to be identified under that. और ये होगा तो ही तुम सही हो, नहीं हो तो तुम कुछ और हो. और मैं कहता हूं कुछ ये सब होना is not sanatan, it's not original. न होना, unlearning from all this, getting back to your neutrality, to your zeroness is shunyata. Shunya means nothing. Nothing means you have to give off all that you have got, including all these titles that we put up. ऐसे लगाओ, कैसे भी लगाओ, गले में रुद्राक्ष डालो, यंत्र तंत्र मंत्र बोलो, जपो करो, anything that you do. The moment you have anything with you, you will have an identity. गए काम से. Oneness is gone. Suddenly द्वैत में आ गए. The moment I am so and so yogi, gone. You have a quality. You are आ गए एक restriction में. The moment you say I am following this path, मैं एक शाक्त हूँ, शक्ति साधक, gone. है all those मार्ग, but the original, the real तत्व, ये किस लिए कर रहे हो? That intention, that उद्देश्य is gone. oneness का. You have segregated yourself. मैं शाक्त हूँ, मैं शिव भक्त हूँ, मैं हरि भक्त हूँ, मैं जैन हूँ, मैं सिख हूँ, मैं ईसाई हूँ, मैं मुसलमान हूँ. Concepts and philosophies. Rare will somebody say मैं कुछ भी नहीं हूँ, कोई भी नहीं हूँ, लेकिन सब हूँ. Rare will somebody say I don't agree with any of this, but still I agree with everything. आपके हाथ में कुरान दिया तो भी आप उसी चाव से पढ़ोगे. जिस दूसरे हाथ में अगर भगवत गीता दिया तो सामने अगर होली बाइबल भी खुला हुआ है, आप उसी चाव से पढ़ोगे, क्योंकि आपको पता है सब वहीं से आ रहा है. स्वरूप बदला है. स्वरूप के माया के चक्कर में नहीं पड़े हो आप. माया का चक्कर है. जो सेपरेशन, भेद दिखाता है इसमें, ये भेद का तत्व, ये भेद अगर भाव आ गया, माया आ गई। अच्छे से अच्छे फंसते हैं, मैं बोलता हूँ इसमें, अच्छे से अच्छे, very difficult to give. So if you build up this awareness of all these things, ये जड़ता जो है जटिल, ये स्थूलता घटती है, सूक्ष्मता आती है, जो आपके पद को बहुत जल्दी से इवॉल्व करने में सहायक बनता है. इट हेल्प्स यू इवॉल्व वेरी क्विकली, वेरी स्पॉन्टेनियसली, वेरी नेचुरली. You fall into that bracket. You belong to no one, yet everyone is yours. You belong to no philosophy, you accept no philosophies, you believe in no particular philosophies, but yet you are okay and fantastic with all the philosophies. किसी को नहीं भी नहीं, किसी को स्पेसिफिक चॉइस भी नहीं, कोई पार्शियलिटी नहीं, सब कुछ एक समान, कुछ नहीं के समान. कुछ नहीं है तो सब कुछ है. शून्य इज ओनली इनफाइनाइट, इनफाइनाइट ओनली शून्य. इफ यू गो कंप्लीटली आउटसाइड, आप इनफाइनाइट बन गए. कंप्लीटली कुछ नहीं करके नेति नेति करते गए तो शून्य बने. दोनों भी एक ही डेस्टिनेशन को ले जाता है. Rekha Grish, please send places name and map of Jiva Samadhi near Mysore. I don't know near Mysore. गूगलिंग कर दीजिए थोड़ा, आपको मिल जाएगा रेखा जी. मैसूर कभी गया नहीं मैं, उधर होगा बहुत सारे वहां पे भी. और सेंड में किसी को नहीं करता, क्योंकि सेंड इज पर्सनलाइज सर्विस. मैं जो भी ऑफर करता हूँ, देखो जितने भी मेरी हैसियत है, मेरी काबिलियत है, मैं यहाँ फेंक देता हूँ. आई कम हियर एंड रिवील एवरीथिंग ऑन दीज प्लेटफॉर्म्स. आपको कुछ भी कलेक्ट करना है, यहाँ आके कलेक्ट कर लीजिए. मैं आके तो नहीं दूंगा आपको, क्योंकि आई डोंट नो व्हाट टू गिव एंड वेयर टू सर्च यू एंड वेयर टू स्पेशलाइज. कुछ नहीं है, इट्स वेरी कॉमन. And I've put enough stuff here, lots of stuff here. रेखा जी नहीं सॉरी पर मत जाइए. आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग कैजुअली बिकॉज मेनी पीपल एक्सपेक्ट दिस. आपको मैं पिन पॉइंट करके नहीं बोला. प्लीज कम भाई, प्लीज कम. कहाँ है रेखा जी? प्लीज कम टू मैसूर. ओके, यू आर फ्रॉम मैसूर. ओके, जब भी आता हूँ तो आई, if I'm updated, to keep an update, I will put an update, so no problem. Chamunda Hill is one of the favorite place of mine in Mysore. Very powerful hill. And just below that, on the foothills, there is this JSS Mutt. Opposite to the JSS Mutt is Nityananda Ashram. Go there. Nityananda Ashram is there. I used to go there till Hassan Mataji was alive. Hassan Mataji is the wife of Karim Peer. Karim Peer, a Muslim. See here again. Bhagwan's direct disciple, Bhagwan Nityananda's direct disciple, a Muslim, Karim Peer. He knew the tattva of oneness, aligned. And he took samadhi there, Mysore only, foothills, Chamunda Hill, foothill pe hi hai. And his wife for concert, Hassan Mataji, again a Muslim. उन्होंने भी समाधि ली है. So when she was in the body, I have met her twice or thrice. That's a nice place. I don't know if they're active now. I don't think the ashram is functioning now, but you might want to check it out. The Karim Peer Samadhi is powerful. I used to go and sit there. जब भी जाता था आश्रम में, उधर ही उनके समाधि गार्डन में, उनके कंपाउंड में ही है. So you can go and meditate there. I don't know about the ashrams. Okay, आपको पता है ये बाबा जी नवरात्रि साधना. बाबा जी भी मिले हैं उनको. She had told me, Hassan Mataji, that he had come. When she asked who's the Guru, and I told them, he said he had come here. That's all Parshuram Kshetra. There's one more place I forgot. You might remind me. There's a Shiva temple there, starting from Nanjangud. Nanjangud, Shiva temple, powerful temple. That is where Parshuram did his tapasya to wash off his sins of beheading his mother. He had killed his mother. वो पाप से राहत मिलने के लिए उन्होंने वहाँ पे तपस्या की, नंजनगुड़ में, where Lord Shiva is supposed to have appeared to him. I've been there also. There is one Avdut ashram also there. And there is also Ma Lalita Tripur Sundari's temple next to Jwalamukhi temple. Jwalamukhi temple, powerful. On the way to Nanjangud, close to Chamunda Hills. That's all I can remember, and there must be more. Oh, your house is very close to the ashram. Very nice. That place I'm very fond of, and I was there many times because even I met Sadguru there, Jaggi Vasudev. He had come to JSS Mutt, and I was there for 3 days with he and his team there, JSS Mutt. Because the main person of JSS Mutt right now is Shivratri Swamigal. Shivratri Swami is a great master. He's in the party, he's running the JSS institution, very big worldwide institution. A complete Vairagi. I've met him, I've taken his blessings in Mysore. This was there in his mutt. He's a very close friend of Jaggi Vasudev. And that is why when Sadguru does any events there in Mysore, Sivaratri Swamigal invites him there. And that is how I had the fortune of meeting even Jaggi Vasudevji for 3 days. We played volleyball and all together there in JSS Mutt. It was fun, 3 days. Long back. Good. You brought back memories of Mysore. Many things have happened there, Mysore. I'm just checking if somebody, Mega Singh, can't thank you enough for sharing your experiences with divine beings. Eternally blessed. Stay blessed, Bhaiya. Thank you. And you have written something very nice here. Can't thank you enough for sharing your experiences with the divine beings. My experiences with divine beings, but also it means I'm sharing my experiences with the divine beings, you guys. Preeta ji, I remember seeing the video of Anna Maharaj on your last visit. When did he take Samadhi? I think he took 2 years before Samadhi. And Preeta ji, I don't know if you're still online, but if you are, a beautiful thing happened that what you're mentioning about. I remember seeing a video of Anna Maharaj on your last visit. I had put a small video of his last birthday. What happened was when he was taking the speech, I took out my mobile and I was also emotional. I was shooting it because I wanted to record it. Very precious, but I was in two minds. Should I record it? Because they are very personal. It was only talked to his devotees. I don't know how the world will react when they hear something like that. And his language was something. So in two minds, then I thought, okay, let at least me. And one of my friend wanted to come there desperately, but he could not come. Last moment. So I said, I'll send this recording to him at least. Now it was such a huge file. Around 40 minutes he spoke. I cannot send it by even email. So I thought, let me upload it to this YouTube and keep it private, unlisted, and then send the link to my friend so he can see. So after the whole episode happened that day's last speech of Anna Maharaj, I saved it and I uploaded it YouTube and kept it private, and the uploading was going on. I was waiting because it's a long file, let it go. And then I forgot about it. I said, okay, when I go home back, I'll give him the link because we were busy running around there. And that day, next day when I reached back home, I couldn't find the file in my mobile, that video, big video. Searched it everywhere in the trash and all the folders. I couldn't find it. And I know it was there because I had recorded it, and not just recorded it, I had even kept it on upload. Then I said, okay, fine. यहाँ नहीं तो YouTube में तो मिलेगा. I went and searched YouTube. It was not there. So then I didn't bother much about it. I said, that's the way it is meant to be. So that just went off. Then what happened was, when he was taking this, darshans were happening, I just wanted a small clip to be taken. Small clip, just 30 second or something, just, and send it to my friend on WhatsApp because it will go fast. So I took that thing, the camera, and was recording it. So families were coming and falling at the feet and going and all that. So just a small, I think 10-12 seconds or something I recorded, which is what Pritaji you saw. Okay. You're talking about that video. Okay, not that. That was on the first visit. I told you I was crying. Yeah, I didn't mention that here. I was crying, and Maharaj was there, and when I returned back, all the problem was just gone. I didn't ask him also anything. I was just looking at his love. He was beating everyone one by one. So when my turn came, when I had to go to his feet, I went and put my head on his knees. I was so tired with the problems. I just put my head there, and tears were all automatically going. So he caught my hair. he was sitting with one leg like this, folded like this. So I kept my head here on his knees and was holding it. So he caught my hair like this and pulled up like this and looked at me. So when he pulled, I was like this. I thought, I'm going to get now, because everybody was getting one. Nice. So he very abruptly pulled like this, and I looked at him. He was looking at me, smiling, big face. He had a big face otherwise also, very close. And he was saying, Panduranga ala, Kala Panduranga ala, means black Panduranga has come, black Vithala has come. And then he told everybody, hey, look here, Panduranga has come. And everybody was laughing. The way he said was very cartoonish. And he was laughing. I couldn't realize it at that time because I was in my own sorrow. And one relief that was there was, okay, he laughed. I'm not going to get spanking. That was only relief at that moment that I had. And then he took Vibhuti and he put it on my forehead. He pulled it like this and he said, Lam Launana Tula, means I'm going to put it big. And he went on putting till here behind. And that thing was there, and I was so excited. I came out and I did a live. That live is still there. From the ashram only I did. I said, see, Maharaj did. I was so excited, like a happy guy. So Pritaji, I was not talking about that video. I was thinking that you're talking about that small clip which I took and I sent it to my friend. See, Anna Maharaj, you couldn't come, not so have darshan. Small piece. So when I went back home and I didn't find all the videos, the big ones, I said, at least ye to hai. Ye bhi kahin na jaye, so I upload it. It is there, it's still there. So that video, when I put it, That was there for long, but I saw one mother and daughter falling at the feet in that video. What happened is, in the first visit, when Anna Maharaj was sitting, sometimes he didn't like photos and all this, so he could spank. So I was very scared. So he was sitting, and while he was sitting, I slowly took out my mobile and I took his photo. Fatse. So when I took his photo, there was a lady and her child, mother and child, falling at the feet, or somewhere close nearby. Not even falling at the feet. I think they were standing apart from Maharaj. Anna Maharaj ke bagal mein. So I was hesitant to put this on online. I wanted to share Anna Maharaj's photo, but these ladies were there, so it's not good to put somebody's private photo there. So what I did, I cut off from the side both these ladies. Only Anna Maharaj was. I posted it on the Facebook, and then second time when I had gone there was this second or third time this whole episode when the speech was given and the file I did not find, and Maharaj was taking giving Ashirwad to people, and small clip I took and I sent it to my friend. Now those two ladies, lady and the girl, child, were the same who were there in the first, whom I had to cut off. Now see, 1 year ka difference hai. Same year, first year when I met, this mother and child is there. And I cut them and I put Anna Maharaj's photo only. Second time when I go, thousands of people. That birthday, thousands. Nobody can, and lamba line, queue lagi hai to take blessings. Even we had to stand the line and take the queue and all that. And see, when I shot the short video for my friend, exactly the same lady and the child came in that and they were taking blessings. Now I didn't observe this. I posted it. I didn't notice this. What happened was, this time, just 4 days back, 3-4 days back, when we were in Kudal, Anna Maharaj ashram, he is no more there. We went on top. I met his wife, took blessings, and were coming down. I saw this mother and child sitting down there. Girl is elderly, maybe around 20 or something, and a mother. I assume it is the mother. So I looked at them. They looked at me familiar. Somehow it felt like we know each other because somehow we were seeing or something. I could not stop, but suddenly the words came out of me. I said, "Do you come here regularly, ma'am?" I asked. She suddenly looked at me and she said, "Yes, we come here often." I said, "I think I have seen you because in the first time when I came, you both were there." She said, "Yes, yes, 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 we were there. We come here regularly." Then I told her I had to cut off that photo. I didn't tell her this, but by the time when I told this, she said, "Are you the guy who posts on Avdutas and all that?" I said, "Yes." "Oh, we saw your video that you have posted on Anna Maharaj." And they were both talking, mother and daughter. See, he's the same guy we had seen that video, no? I asked, "Which video?" He said, "A small video which you have put. And in that only we are only there. Only two people are there. That time correctly that only ours on small video. That's all that is there about Anna Maharaj." And we were saying, "See, we are there in that, only that." I said, "Oh my God, that's you. First time you both guys were there in that frame. So I had to literally cut you off. And look here, you only came in the frame again and that had to come online. And third time I'm talking to you and you are telling me this whole incident." I asked, "Are you always here?" They said, "No, we frequently come here. Sometimes once in a month, sometimes in a couple of months." Now I was thinking, I know it, nothing to think. I said, "Okay, thank you," and we just moved. I was thinking after leaving them, like 3 visits, and all the 3 visits, these two people are there. Now they are also not coming regularly that way. I mean, once in a few months and all they are coming, and now we are also going once in a few months or years. Why? How is it that exactly same time these people are meeting there? All the 3 visits, 3 and plus there's a fourth visits. They were there all the time. Cannot be explained. Unexplainable. So I thought, Preetaji, you were talking about that. That small video. Yeah, a lot of leelas are there of Anna Maharaj. Many, many are there. In fact, I can tell you with all the Avdutas, some or the other is there. But Anna Maharaj was very special in this way. And one more thing happened. On that day, when the program was there, I think it's getting too late. When the program was there and the birthday was there, we had to go. And I was little scared because he was like, you have to come, you have to come, you have to come, you have to come. So we all and we were all busy. Pratap bhai, Sham bhai, we are all busy. But somehow we said, let's go. They said also, we'll also try and come. And I remember one day before to that was Holi. And Holi, there was Shivanand Day being celebrated in Karjat Ashram. So it was just 1 year that I had come from Delhi Ashram. So I was still in touch with people and all that. So I said, okay, let me go to Karjat Ashram. And because I wanted to climb the Bhima Shankar hills also and visit and come. So we had all that. And then I thought, okay, after finishing Holi and the Bhima Shankar, after 1 day stay, next day I will go to Kudal. Now Karjat and Kudal all in Maharashtra. So I said, okay, connectivity is there, easily I can go there and be a part of Anna Maharaj's birthday. So after Karjat program, next day when I'm trying to see buses, trains, not a single direct train, not a single direct bus going that side. After all trial and errors, finally after 1-2 hours, I lose faith and I call up my friends and say I won't be able to come. I'm far from Kudal. I won't be able to reach there. So cancel from my end. But I was feeling very bad. After coming all this way and waiting for all this time, I cannot be there. So with a heavy heart, I said, let me go back to Belgaum. No trains to Belgaum, no buses to Belgaum. So I take a bus to Kolhapur. I see immediately a Kolhapur bus standing. So I say, if I go to Kolhapur, no problem. I'll visit Mahalakshmi temple and go back to Belgaum. Belgaum is only 1.5 hours from there. I said, finally done. So I come to Kolhapur and I'm calling my friends. So sorry. That was the same time when I reached Kolhapur Mahalakshmi temple. I was meditating in front of the Navanath temple. Dattatreya Bhagwan's temple is there. It is said that Dattatreya even today comes there and all the beliefs are there, whatever it is. So after just meditating from there was an old lady who was an Avdut. I put her video also there, the mystic of Kolhapur. Never seen her before, never heard of her also. People were just falling at her feet and I thought, oh, must be some mystic. So I went to fall at her feet and she just looked at me and in Marathi said, Kava alas? When did you come? And kaisi hai tu? Kasa hai tu? How are you? Baal, she said. Son, how are you? I said, good. I am good. Mother, I am good. And then she said, pointing at Mahalakshmi, Kaji karu नको ती बघून घेते. She will take care of everything. Don't worry. I didn't know. It was all very quick. And then she walked off. Then I took a small video of her, posted that also. I said, who's this? First time I ever saw it. People were running behind her and all. Then my head was all there. Kudal, I'm not able to make it, Anna Maharaj. So I come to Kolhapur bus stand to take a bus to Belgaum. And while I'm going there, I'm seeing a bus standing there written Kudal. I was just amazed. And there was enough seats. I run into that bus and I sit and in 2 minutes bus leaves to Kudal. Then I call up my friends. I'm saying, I got a bus and in 2 hours I'm going to be there. It was 2 o'clock something. 4 o'clock I'm going to be there. Then they reschedule everything. They said, oh my God, they are also busy. They said, we'll reach late by 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock was the program. So I reach at around 4 o'clock. I go straight to the ashram, full of crowd. Thousands of people, pandalo undal dale, and I see Anna Maharaj's home on top. He lives on top. Full of people. People standing in queue there and all that. I said, ho gaya. Darshan is not possible. I thought I've gone early. Let me go and meet him because he'll be busy once the birthday starts, celebration. But no way. And all his close people are there. So I said, let me go and sit near Nityananda's Vigrah, his guru's room down there, and meditate. I went there and I fell into meditation. I didn't have awareness only at that time. It was about close to 6, I think, 5:30 or something. I got up and I said, "Oh my God, it's time." Then I looked at his home again, full of crowd. People are coming, going, people, arrangements running here, there. I said, too much of crowd now here. I said, let me go somewhere to a peaceful place. I thought, where? His Guru's Samadhi. Nobody is there, all are here, no? And hardly people meditate there, anyways. So I knew that I was confident nobody will be sitting for meditation, then I can go there. So I walked there, looking at all the people. And one great thing happened there. The moment I enter the Samadhi of Rahul Maharaj, Anna Maharaj is lying there. He's lying down like this, eyes closed. I was shocked, taken back. I said, I thought he's at home there, and all that rush and all in front of his house there, and from there, it is quite a distance, okay? To come down from there, it takes at least 15 minutes. Normal walk, and Anna Maharaj was not in a good state of health. People used to carry him literally from there, and he was very heavy, tall, heavy. And I see him lying down there. I'm shocked. And I look around, only 2 disciples are standing next to him. No crowd, not a single soul inside that, even that Rahul Maharaj's temple. I couldn't understand, because if Maharaj is there, people will always be there. And when I enter, I'm seeing, and I wanted to touch his feet, Maharaj's, but then I thought his disciples are standing. So I just did ishara. Shall I? They said, Karo lekin chupchap, don't make noise. I went and touched his feet and put my forehead on his feet and prayed for some time. I knew he was not asleep. Only his eyes was closed. He was awake, I know that. So for 2 minutes I just spent there. I was so thankful. And then very happily I went inside to Rahul Maharaj Samadhi, sat there. For about 10-15 minutes I sat there, because time was up anyways. And I come out, he's not there. Anna Maharaj is not there. I look around and all that. Celebrations are going on, everything is there, he's not there. No idea what happened. By the time my friends arrived, it was 6:30. Then we all come there, and I think the program starts at around 7 o'clock. And then I see Anna Maharaj sitting there. People have brought him there, and the function is going on. He's just watching everything, and then the whole thing. So this was another thing, another so-called miracle. I am telling you, no people in that crowd, not a single person, a devotee I could see around near Rahul Maharaj. I don't know if that was an illusion or real. If it was real, I didn't go to question, because there were 2 disciples also, and they gave me permission also. They noted, but they did this. And I touched his body also very much. 10-15 minutes I was inside, came out, he was not there. So I have no answer to that. That is one thing which I have not shared till now. But now, since I was talking continuously about Anna Maharaj, I said, let me share this also. On that holiday, I met you in Karjat Ashram. Okay, Pratapji. I don't remember. Okay, so I'm just looking if there is any comment, if anything that I've missed out. Let me just. Suresh Rashmi. I know if I answer you will not be around. तो आप आंधी जैसे आते हो, तूफान जैसे जाते हो, तो आई एम श्योर. धीरू, ओके, धीरू खंजारिया. देखो भाई, एनी जागृत प्लेस इन दत्तात्रेय गिरनार, जूनागढ़, गुजरात. गिरनार में दत्तात्रेय भगवान का पूरा जागृत ही जागृत है. द होल गिरनार क्षेत्र इज जागृत. Many of my dear ones have been inviting me for a long time now, and I think it's going to happen in 2023. That is what we were talking here in Goa also. That Girnar jana hai. So I think I'll be there very soon. Girnar is the moksha place of almost all the Tirthankars of Jain. Almost all the Tirthankars attained moksha there. tapobhumi of many innumerable sages, and the place of Bhagwan Dattatreya himself. That is why I have that pull. So you can go there blindly. Okay, you're still there. Good. Okay, great. So I have a couple of things in my mind. It's like, for me, it's like, okay, day and night is one only now. Hardly 3-4 hours of sleep and then up again. So for me, it's I don't know how it is for you. So I'm just planning a couple of such things step by step where we can do some. And yes, it's going to be paid because I just want to be very serious there. I just don't want to be so-called free there, because free will, you can see here people, they come go, come go, come go. There is no except few of you who I'm seeing so consistent in all the thing, in all the lives that we do and everything. There is a consistency to be connected to the higher tattvas and the higher goals. Something appeals in you, I believe. That's how, and that's why you are able to sustain it. Because if you can sustain yourself sitting for 4 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, like I am sitting, then I believe there is a certain amount of stillness already in you. Without that stillness, you can't sit. That is why people come, go, come, go, come, go. They can't sit for long. They feel tired. So, sthirta, this is the proof, this is the evidence. When you sit still without having moving, you are in a state of awareness. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Because if you are in your mind, you cannot sit like this still. You will be always doing this, adjusting yourself this way, that way, moving, or drinking, sipping water, and all these things. So, if a certain amount of chit, sthirta, stillness comes only, you will be even able to sit. You can just see the way you are sitting. You can learn from your own sitting. Like if I am sitting still for a long period of time, if you are able to sit very still without being distracted, then that's great. I mean, everybody will not do that. Maybe you are multitasking, maybe you are doing something, maybe you are eating something, maybe you are taking the mobile and going, doing some work and coming, or leaving the thing and going and eating your food and coming. Something is going on. Or the washroom and all that. All those things are happening. That will happen. But I'm saying, if you keep observing yourself, sthirta, the more sthirta, the more stillness you can be in one place without moving. Those are great signs of stillness happening in you. As I always tell, without that stillness, you cannot proceed further. Like the Himalayan yogi told me, everything that you do is to only bring you to that chitta shuddhi. चित्त शुद्धि होने के बाद स्थिरता आना शुरू हो जाता है. स्टिलनेस विल कम, क्लैरिटी विल कम, डीपनेस विल कम in your seeking. A certain kind of deep seeking is there. There is no hurry. There is no impatience. Impatience means chanchalman, restlessness, impatient. Another thing is, once you have that stillness, you will calmly be moving towards it. There will be no hurry, and there is nowhere to reach. Like you're not bothered about the destination. मुझे मुक्ति कब होगी, मुझे सब प्रॉब्लम से छुटकारा कब मिलेगा. It means we have not understood the path. ये प्रॉब्लम से छुटकारा पाने वाला एटीट्यूड जब मन में आता है, then we need lot of this practice, that practice. Then we will go, इससे बेनिफिट क्या होगा, उससे बेनिफिट क्या होगा, ये क्या तो क्या होगा, वो क्या तो क्या होगा. धन लाने के लिए मुझे लक्ष्मी मंत्र चाहिए, ज्ञान लाने के लिए मुझे सरस्वती मंत्र चाहिए, शक्ति के लिए मुझे काली या दुर्गा का जब तप जो भी है वो लगेगा. सो देर इज अ डाइटी फॉर एवरीथिंग. देर इज अ पर्टिकुलर तत्व फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर रीजन. मीन्स नीड है बेबी. ये सब क्या है? कामनाएं. If desires are still there, then there will be a need, particular need for something. I need health, I do this. I need wealth, I do this. I need prosperity, I do this. I need memory, I do this. I need power, I do this. I do this. Do. When all these kamanas settle down, the desires settle down. See, it's all rooted to desires. That is why Buddha said, that is why Bhagavan Nityananda said, desires are the root cause of all your problems. Bhagavan Nityananda said, until you come to a state of desirelessness, nothing can happen further. Even to lead to the path of moksha, you need to become desireless and distinctionless. No discrimination, भेद बिल्कुल नहीं, एक मात्र भी नहीं. These are the two requirements of चिदाकाश गीता of भगवान नित्यानंद. एक तो desirelessness, no desires, कामनाएं का अंत, कामनाओं का अंत. और दूसरा लैक ऑफ नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. भेद बिल्कुल नहीं, सारा भेद गल जाएगा. तो भेद भी जब हट जाए, निर्भेद हो, वननेस हो, अद्वैत, सनातन दिखे, असली सनातन. He says that is the right state, and that can all happen only after certain चित्त शुद्धि. चित्त शुद्धि नहीं हुआ तो नहीं होता. चित्त अशुद्ध है तो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होगा ही होगा, द्वैत होगा ही होगा, भेद दिखेगा ही दिखेगा. कुछ नहीं तो अपना ही सर्वश्रेष्ठ दिखेगा. अपना धर्म, अपना कौम, अपना पथ, अपना गुरु, अपना फैमिली, अपना सोसाइटी, अपना नाम, अपना लीनिएज, अपना देश, ये सब रहेगा. सूक्ष्म है लेकिन रहेगा. अहंकार भी सूक्ष्म होता है, बहुत सूक्ष्म होता है. वो हिमालयन योगी ने मुझे बताया. साधु को भी लंगोट का अहंकार होता है. तो बचा क्या फिर? हुज साधु, वैरागी, सन्यासी, जिसने सब कुछ त्याग दिया लेकिन लंगोट का अहंकार त्याग ना सके. ये वो हिमालयन मास्टर ने मुझे बताया. ये इसलिए बताया कि सेड बहुत सूक्ष्म होता है. इट्स नॉट सो इजी. आई वॉज अवेयर व्हाट इज टेलिंग. इट्स नॉट सो इजी. यू कैनॉट डू दिस बाय फोर्स. अभी मैंने आपको बताया ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. आप चाहो तो भी करो तो भी नहीं होगा. चित्त की अवस्था वैसी होनी चाहिए तो अपने आप स्वयं होगा, सरलता से होगा. तो चित्त की अवस्था वहां तक लाने के लिए सारा ये आडंबर है. ये भी वो हिमालयन योगी ने मुझे बताया. सारे आडंबर, ये तप वो तप, सब उसी की ओर दर्शाता है, वहीं लेके जाता है चित्त शुद्धि तक. चित्त शुद्धि होने के बाद, चित्त शुद्धि में क्या होता है? कामनाएं सब मर गई होती है. डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, जो भेद होता है, सब गया होता है. वो पूर्णता नहीं है, अभी भी पूर्ण चित्त शुद्धि नहीं है, लेकिन एक अवस्था है जहां से क्लैरिटी होना शुरू होता है. यू स्टार्ट गेटिंग क्लैरिटी फ्रॉम देयर. फ्रॉम देयर यू गेट इनर गाइडेंस वेरी क्लियर. बाय इनर गाइडेंस, बिकॉज दिया अंदर का अपनी रोशनी दिख रही है, पहले नहीं दिखता था. क्यों? बहुत सारा भेद है, बहुत सारा कंडेमनेशन, बहुत सारा एनालिसिस, बहुत सारा ओपिनियंस, बहुत सारा व्यू पॉइंट्स, बहुत सारा जजमेंट्स. इसलिए क्लैरिटी नहीं होता. क्लैरिटी क्यों नहीं? लाइट नहीं है, प्रकाश नहीं है, इसलिए क्लैरिटी नहीं है. इसलिए चिदाकाश गीता में बताया, प्यूरिफाइंग द माइंड इज लाइक प्यूरिफाइंग द चिमनी ग्लास. माइंड इज फिल्ड विथ इम्प्योरिटीज. तो चिमनी ग्लास क्या होता है? पहले चिमनी होता था ग्लास का, उसके अंदर काला सूट भर जाता है तो रोशनी नहीं आती बाहर. तो उसको बार बार उठा के साफ करना पड़ता था, अंदर से कांच को साफ करना पड़ता था. वैसे ही भगवान नित्यानंद चिदाकाश में गीता बताते हैं, उसमें बताते हैं कि मन को भी ऐसे ही साफ करना है, तब जाके मन को निर्मल करते करते जब निर्मल होवे तब मन निश्चल होवे। चंचल मन निश्चल होता है, निश्चल यानी स्थिरता। That stillness is what we are talking right now about. The stillness of sitting in one place, being able to be calm, no restlessness. ये ऐसा नहीं कि सत्संग में ही हो, स्व सत्संग भी एक होता है, स्व स्वाध्याय भी एक होता है। एक सत्संग वो होता है कि हम यहाँ बैठे हैं, किसी की सुन रहे हो आप। दूसरा होता है कि आप स्वयं की सुन रहे हो, अंतर्मन की सुन रहे हो, अपनी आप की परिचय में लगे हो, अपने आप के साथ संवाद में लगे हो, अपने आप के साथ एक रिलेशन बन रहा है। वो अपने आप कौन है? वो है इनर लाइट, वो है इनर गुरु जो रमणा बताते हैं, वो है वो सेल्फ। इसलिए रमणा बताते हैं गुरु, आत्मा और परमात्मा तीनों में कोई भेद नहीं है, तीनों केवल तीन अलग शब्द है, चेतना वही है। Rekha ji, my retreat, I think it's, yeah, why I think it is there in, oh, today's 5th. It is there in Pune, 13, 14, 15. If you like, you can join there. Or if not, you can join even some online stuff which I may do sooner or later, or in some geographical locations. But I'm consistently, I will be doing a lot of things even this year. Online or physical, whatever I'm prompted, however I'm prompted. There we can have these moments of awareness. तो पुणे का रिट्रीट भी ऐसे ही हो रहा है. There we are just going to hear like we're talking. It's going to be very natural, spontaneous, and we are there to sit and experience that. Here you are experiencing the knowledge. There I would like you to experience yourself. What we talk, the philosophy, we would like to experience that, because as I told you, that Maharaj told me, Anantirth Maharaj, only when you experience what you learn, you will have a conviction, anubhuti. So this is targeted towards anubhuti, having anubhutis. It's not not targeted about gyan. Maybe we will not even talk so much. So even one day is more than enough. I feel one full day to be in a certain way of awareness, and see कि natural होना, spontaneous होना, निश्चल होना, स्थिर होना कैसे लगता है, और वो फिर हम अपने ज़िंदगी में आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं उस चीज़ को लेके, या उसी अवेयरनेस को यूज़ करके जो भी आप कर रहे हो, whatever meditation, whichever path, whichever technique, whatever you're doing, how it will enhance that kind of experience, how can it, that awareness, how can it enhance? It all can be experienced there. Like I told you, I was sitting in that sadhak's place, and while talking only all these things happened. 20 minutes was enough. He said so many months and years disconnected, not feeling like, no, now with full enthusiasm, she has continued the path. Whatever, she reads the Durga Shapsati, she reads Vishnu Sahasranam in the morning, all that she does. But a way to do it. Simple, that's all. She has got charged up in that. So I believe it's just about that shift in awareness. When we anubhuti ho, uska pata chalta hai ki okay, this is it, this is how I need to do it. So it becomes easier. Conscious seeker. Okay, thank you so much then. Thank you so much for your time. It's 1:11. It's 1:11. Good time to end also. So I believe with lots. Okay, I've answered everything then. with lots of divine love and light to all of you. One just prayer that we all evolve. May we all evolve. May, I will not want to say may this year, may this year bring you prosperity. May it bring you abundance. May. It's only hope. So I'm hopeful and I keep giving you hope. And you again build up on hope. कल आएगा, शायद यही साल होगा. Crap. Just be in this moment. All I think the best prayer is may we receive what we are supposed to receive in this moment. We are receiving a lot. Only if we tune into awareness, shift into awareness, we will know what we are receiving. So prayers are that may we all evolve, may we stay in awareness. Much divine love and light to you. Stay blessed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had stopped this video here, but I forgot to end this video here in YouTube, and I can still see two people are still watching. So sorry, because I think I left some questions unanswered from here. Wow, beautiful. There is not much. There is just one sur. I don't know who's this. I notice myself having disinterest in such rituals, but how to respond to people who still do this? If I participate, I feel disconnected. If I don't, I feel I'm not holding compassion for them. Very nice. So I think I'll just answer it quickly here only, because I've offed the video here. If you're there. So that's okay if you're not having interest in rituals. Firstly, you understand this, that as you progress on this phase, on this path, one by one, this is going to happen. Slowly all these things are going to happen. But we have already been so rigid and we have been trained by the society that this is the way you live. These are the rituals. Without customs and traditions and rituals, you cannot do anything. For them, it is very difficult to understand. But that's okay. That's their faith, their understanding, their level of chitta, where they can understand till that. But if you have evolved to that state where you can see the difference, you can make a choice and go ahead. Go always with what your heart says. There is nobody who's telling you anything from outside. You need not even ask anybody outside, because people will guide you according to their own whims and fancies, their own sanskaras. You have to learn to listen to your heart. And I'm telling you, just listen to your heart. If you feel this is not working for me, that's it. It's not going to. Simple. Now, just because people are that way and people want it a certain way, you want to please them, you'll be in trouble. You'll never be happy because inside you're not aligned. What is your alignment telling you? Your alignment is telling you this is fine. You're absolutely fine. Listen to your alignment. The moment you listen to somebody else, you are misaligned here, you are trying to align to them. Their truth cannot be your truth. Now, if you say, if I participate, I feel disconnected, obviously, you're misaligned when you participate with them. If I don't, I feel I am not holding compassion for them. No, you are not supposed to give compassion to anybody. You are not responsible for others. How can you be responsible for others? Somebody is not wanting to progress on the path and they want to remain stuck in a certain way. That's their decision. They can choose that. What you can choose is, do you also want to be aligned with that, or you want to align with your higher truths? Simple as that. If you choose that, your higher truth, then you will quietly do what is beneficial and what is good for you, and never be bothered by what others feel and how others think. There is this, what you're saying, that I am not holding compassion, it's wrong. First, be compassionate towards yourself. If you're not compassionate towards yourself, you cannot be compassionate towards others. If you're not kind to yourself, you cannot be kind to others. If you do not accept yourself, you cannot accept others. If you do not love yourself, you cannot love others. So it doesn't go from that side. Be centered in your own space. You might feel it is selfish, it is not selfish. This is your sole purpose. What is your sole purpose? To ascend and transcend. Transcend and ascend. Ascension. And when you're getting that ascension, don't go for all these excuses that your mind is giving. This is all the mind giving. Oh, what will they feel? I feel I'm not being kind to them. I'm being cruel to them, rude to them. No. To tell you the truth, let me tell you. If people around you are not respecting your views, are not bothered about what you feel, your inner values, your interests, and I'm sorry to say that, they are not compassionate towards you. They are not kind towards you. It's not the other way around. Are you getting that? Why are you not thinking in that manner? They do not have compassion towards you. They will not have. Because when they don't have compassion towards you, why they are not having? Because they are thinking about their own self. What bothers to them is what matters. So when they are doing what bothers to them only, without guilt, why are you holding the guilt? When you are doing the right thing, that too. Are you getting that? Rituals like wishing and sending birthday messages or New Year, don't worry about it all. If you get disinterested in it, after a period of time, during that period, they will try to get you back because they feel they lost you. You become an abnormal person because you are not following the society rules. But after some times, they will leave you alone. Depends on your discipline and your consistency and your strength, abiding by that. If your principles are very clear to you, it should mean life and death to you. Just follow it. Without offending, you don't have to offend anybody. You don't have to say anything to anybody. Do what you have to do. Be good to others also. Be good to yourself, be good to others also. Be compassionate to yourself, be compassionate to them also. And then things will change. With time it will change. If you don't move from there. If you keep moving, then you are aligning with the people around. You are not aligning with your higher purpose. With that, I feel I've answered you. I don't think you are here, but even if you are not, you can see this recording later. So I'll off this session here. Much divine love and light to you. Stay blessed.